Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to today's edition. This is the forum, the Freedom Watch. Oh my goodness, too much going on around here. This is Freedom Watch. I'm Alfonso Z, and so right here at the New England Bureau of the Liberia Public Radio and LPR TV. We want to welcome all our viewers and listeners across the globe. Let me take you to Grand Gedeh, pay Winston car with this latest, right? Yes, the race for the 2023 senatorial race in Grand Gedeh is on the rise, holding leaders accountable to welcome Gibson Jarut, George Lobot, Sandit, Jaru Sandit, and all of our followers, whatever you are, Bill Yannon, the former GGS president, who consider himself as the underdog, will be making a case here this afternoon. If you're from Grand Jeddah, you know exactly what the meaning of this song, Niamu Swabai. That's the latest of I Pay Winston card right here, making an impact here on this network. I am Alfonso Z, and so of the Liberia Public Radio and LPR TV to right here, despite of COVID-19 in the West African state of the Republic of Liberia. The political discussions is ongoing, and we behind the microphone, we have to do our job to hold these potential soon to be called senator going on Capitol Hill. That's not a bidding to right there, but that bidding is also within the proximity of Capitol Hill. So there where sometimes they are elected, they can take a quick peek and go there and to go meet the president. So these people we got to make sure to cross-examine them, Good morning, Mr. Imaya Boy is our analyst. So here at the Liberia Public Radio 10 LPR TV. I am Afonso Z, and so very shortly, a team of surrogates or supporters of William Bill Nyanue will be making their case here, and hopefully to right on top of the hour at 2 o'clock. Bamboo going to divide color. He seems to solidify his positions right here at home base. Remember, he served as the president of his union, so the traditions that age is given. But would that translate into the actual vote in Liberia? That is the key $1,000,000 question. I'm Afonso Z, and so to the Liberia Public Radio 10 LPR TV. Let's take this quick break, and we'll be right back.
Diaspora informative news platform Liberia Public Radio LPR presents Freedom Watch with Alfonso Zinso. On Freedom Watch, we hold national leaders, opposition, and the general public accountable for words by asking tough questions in exchange for real-time answers. No one walks away free by providing false information. If it's from LPR and A Zinso, it got to be good. Be my guest every Sunday live on LPR TV from the New England Bureau of the Liberia Public Radio and LPR TV.
All right, there we are. The team, they are already making their way here. I'm seeing them in the background. Let me just go and bring the man that is leading this whole side chariot of the William Nyanue campaign is Gedeh Wilson Bali, is based in Pennsylvania. Mr. Afrelai, all of these people play a consequential and crucial role within the Grand Gedeh Association, seems to solidify their positions with the former president here. Let's see how that's going to play out. Let me just bring them in here quickly. Gentlemen, good afternoon, Mr. Gedeh Wilson Bali. You are leading this campaign for the role leading to Grand Gedeh County, and Lai is there in Joe Biden's own Wilmington, Delaware. It's going to be interesting here this afternoon. First, guys, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. Introducing people is not one of my style because you're quick to leave quick parcels of information. I intend not to have Mr. Lai Wilson Badi say, this is why you should have said, and you did not say so. So I'm going to give it to you to introduce yourself, and we're going to get this ball rolling.
Thank you, Mr. So. And we want to say thanks to all of those on our voice this afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. My name is D. Wilson Bali Sr., and I'm speaking from Upper Darby this afternoon in Pennsylvania. Truly, I'm the head of the Friends of William G. Nyanue, and I have come with our team this afternoon as we await the arrival of Mr. Nyanue. And so I will allow them to call their name to introduce yourself, but Mr. Lai is the advisor to the team. And Mr. Lai, you want to come on and introduce yourself?
Okay, Mr. Lai, are you there? I just saw his camera going off. I believe it's from his own end. I guess he's in the middle of something. Okay, airplane don't usually blow on this network. Mr. Lai, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, while we wait for Lai to come, let me just get you closer here and see, and hopefully Lai can come. Okay. All right, Mr. Bali, are you there? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, let me see. I think Lai is there. Okay, Mr. Lai, go ahead. We're just in the process to call your attention to introduce. You're smiling. You seem to be in a very great mood this afternoon.
Yeah, we have a beautiful weather here in Delaware today. My name is Lai former president of Oamuyan, and at one point, former president of Grand Gedeh Association New England chapter. That was back in the 90s. And I'm happy to be here today, Mr. So, representing a camp of Mr. William G. Nyanue for the Senatorial post in Grand Gedeh County.
Why all of you guys put together so quickly, so fastly? Your former president, Wilson Body, is also a top insider. Is that a kind of coalition you guys forming? Talk to me here to why William Nyanue.
Well, I think the fact that we have been in leadership for Grand Gedeh Association, we obviously represent our county. And Mr. Nyanue has also been the leader for Grand Gedeh Association for 2 terms. We have observed his leadership skills, and we think they will be appropriate for our county for major development.
Let me go to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's traditional election in this country is a battleground state. Let's see whether that will translate into Grand Gedeh, the southeastern side of Liberia. Whether Pennsylvania support here will deliver to William. Mr. Bali, how you got involved in this campaign? Why?
Oh, well, like Mr. Life rightfully said, I have been a leader too in the Grand Gedeh Association, co-chairman of the National Board of Directors. I'm currently the president and for the global people in the Americas or in the diaspora. And because of those positions that I've had and my interaction with the community, I know when it comes to leadership, I know what we should be doing, who we should be electing. And carefully, we have come to know that Mr. Young will be that best person for us to have. And so we will be delivering him comes the 8th of December.
I want to make a quick guess game here. There's no question, Mr. Light, and any of you guys can pop in here. There's no question based on the Nyanue's record as head of the Grand Gedeh Association, one of the diaspora strong organization here. His support here will be huge. It's not a strange thing to me here. But what's about Grand Gedeh County? Would that resonate in Grand Gedeh?
Well, the fact that we are supporting Nyanue, he's not just being transported from the U.S. to go to Liberia and say, okay, run for the Senatorial post in our county. Mr. Nyanue has been in the country in Liberia for many years now, although because of the Civil War, everyone left and he's here, but he has gone back home and he has visited every single town and villages in the county, introducing himself, making it known that he's a crime man and he has the ability to transform our county. So he's not a stranger in his own home. So we believe whatever support we are giving to him and the support that we have organized in Liberia as well, those will go a long way to the Senate come December.
You serve as a New England, former president of the New England chapter. You serve as a former president of the very consequential section group of Grand Gedeh, the Bobo section. I see Senator Gedeh is also in the direction as well. Are you taking this bullhorn inside the bubble land in Grand Gedeh to take William Nyanue there as well?
Well, number one, every individual has the right to vote for whoever he or she wants to. But as the former president of Grand Gedeh Association, of Bawa, I have alliances on the ground in Liberia, some Bawa people, who I can tell exactly, this is what I did for our section. And this is what I think Mr. will do for the entire country, which of course eventually will benefit the Bawa section as well. So my support for Mr. Nyanue is not exclusive of what the Bawa people in Liberia can do for him, knowing very well that he's capable of providing the type of leadership and development strategies and skills for our county.
Okay, well, Mr. Talai, when I was president of the Bazan district, there was some good understanding. But anybody who moves in the directions of politicians seems not to be my good friend. There will be a fine line of demarcation. Let me come to Wilson Bali. He's smiling because we got to hold you guys responsible, because if you guys get to that Capitol Hill, all of your phone lines going to be based here. So right now we can get hold of you guys. We're going to make sure to get all that we need. Mr. Wilson Badi, the name Badi is a formidable name within the Grand Gedeh, the Chi and the Zwedru Belt, which is a battleground state. Are you just campaigning here, or will you hand deliver to William Nyanue in Grand Gedeh County?
Oh well, Mr. So, if you watch me over the years, I think you and I met in Arizona. Before we went to Arizona, you and I had series of conversation about what I when I plan something, I don't sway away from it. When I want to do something, I don't just jump in. I plan, and when I assess that it can work, and I know, then I go in for it. Right now, only because of the COVID-19, I'm not sure, but I can tell you this afternoon, and those are little to us, that I will be in Red Room, I'll be in Grand Gedeh to see how this thing is handled and participate in it. If you look at the team that Mr. Nyanue had right now, which I didn't put together, the friends, it's not relatives and they are not relatives, they are not family of his. If you look at the team, you got the cross section of Grand Gedeh here that put together that said, Nyanue, we think you can go. We think we should go because we have seen what
You
you have
seem not to
done
be sure
and
of
served
what
us
you
well.
think. Is that is suppositions? Is still hanging? You think? So are you the one pushing him into this thing here, or what?
Well, he had the need. He saw the need, and he has seen how Granddad Association, no Granddad County is wrong. Mr. So you can bear me up. Is our county better right now? Are we missing something?
That's what I want you
These are
to
the
tell
questions.
me. You producing your candidate. I'm not producing your candidate, so you need to tell me.
Okay,
So,
but okay, the
uh-huh.
fact that you are a Grandidian, the fact that you're a Grandidian, and not only a Grandidian, of contributing Grandidian,
Mhm.
and we have a talk show, is our county on par with other counties in Liberia.
Okay, let me throw that kitchen sink right to Mr. Alfred Lai. So,
Yeah.
what was the conversation that you had with William G. Nyanue, who was a former president? He had no questions on his record with the Grand Gedeh Association. But I can tell you the politics of Liberia, the politics of Grand Gedeh, that's a different terrain. A lot of things involved, and we're going to dive into that. What was the discussion behind the scene for which you are coming out in camera now to announce your support to Mr. Nyanue?
Well, Mr. So, good to ask that question. Mr. Nyanue is not a stranger to me. We were friends at the University of Liberia, where he served the Grand Gedeh University Student Union as president for the University of Liberia, and myself served as president of Grand Gedeh University Student Union at Cotton University. And because we do that simultaneously, at some point he became national president for the union, both Cotton and Liberia. I mean, at the University of Liberia. Similar, myself did the same thing. And I saw the type of work he has done for the county. Okay, that is as a student leader. Now we are in. I mean, we have transformed to that level, beyond that level now. But nationally, what can we do? Now, Mr. Nyanue has a lot of managerial and leadership skills that we believe, that I strongly believe, he will transform and transcend to our county. Okay, being Mr. Yanni himself he has his self-awareness and prioritizes personal development. That comes as priority number one. Number two, he focuses on developing other people. And that then is like, okay, if I believe in developing other people, that is, you can transcend that to the entire county of Grand Gedeh. Okay, like I said earlier, he has visited every single town and villages in Grand Gedeh, meeting the people, the elders, kids, and also delivering supplies. Okay, so that's the kind of development focus that he has for other people. All right, he encourages strategic thinking, innovation, and action. Okay, so because of that, we have a team in Liberia right now that is actually going from district to district trying to promote the ideas of Mr. Young. So Mr. Young is not a stranger to me. He's not a stranger to Mr. Bali. So the process that he decided to run, he decided to bring on critical thinkers, strategic thinkers to help him propel this campaign for us to like take on the leadership of Grand Gedeh, because what I know the national leadership, national government does supply or give funding to every county. How that is being transformed in Grand Gedeh, we don't see it. I personally don't see it. But I believe my interaction with Mr. Yanni years prior to this, at this level, what he had done within the Grand Gedeh Association, I believe he can transform that to Grand Gedeh as well. So us being the team for Mr. Yanni, It's not something where he just pick up a group of guys and say, okay, come and put my campaign together. People who are strategic thinkers and innovators.
Okay, strategic thinkers and innovators. Let me come to Wosintai Badi. Let me see here. Probably I will hope to bring in this call yet. This prominent Grenadians is calling now. Let's see whether we can get his take here quickly as possible. And then we'll come to Mr. Bali. Hello, caller. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Zulu. Where are you calling from?
Hi, Russell. Nice to talk to you again. I'm calling from the Netherlands.
Calling from the Netherlands. So talk to me. You are a Grenadian. Something seems to draw your attention to this senatorial race in Gedeh County.
Oh yes, development. We all know Nyanue. You know, I was in America there with you people. And then beside that, I have known Nyanue for many years. I mean, if I first interacted with him back in the late 80s when we all were organizing what they call the Chairman's Youth Association.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, I knew him when I arrived in America in 2002 at the Gedeh Convention. That time he was president. I know the man. And everybody know me to be your critics. Anyway, when I was in America.
I don't know you to be a critic. You are taking a political line now, so I just want to get your side of this whole thing.
No, what I'm trying to arrive at is I'm executive of Nyanue campaign in Liberia. Yeah, I went to several of the meetings in Liberia at his house, and I'm members of the executive for Nyanue Senatorial campaign.
Why Nyanue? Quickly
Why
before.
Nyanue? Fine. First of all, when you talk about accountability, Nyanue will be somebody who can trust the Gedeh Development Fund. 2, the man is honest. He will bring new idea in the way politics.
Talk to me here, to my listening audience. What is the true definitions of honest? Somebody listening there, Mikey or Jackson might say, I don't know what he's talking about. Honest, or what are you talking about?
Well, to be honest, I understand it to be how you deal with your fellow man in a fair way. And it ranges from, for example, taking good care of people's money, trying to reach out to people and tell them the truth. And another thing here is using your position to follow other people's women. All of the things they follow on say, and we don't believe me, he's far from all of those things. This is one of the reasons I'm supporting him.
Okay, quickly before I go to my guest yet, because I will soon be having him here. You have other candidates that are participating. You have Dr. George Bullitt, Zoe Emmanuel Poino, former Foreign Minister Thomas Yaya Nimle, and from what we are hearing, the list is growing. A young face is also in the race. He will be appearing here Thursday as well. Do you think the politics of Gedeh and that of what we have yet in the USA with the Gedeh Association, can that perfectly translate into your argument here at the end of the season, December, to see Bill Nyanue, William Nyanue get to the finishing line?
Yeah, we all are praying for that Grenadians will now rethink and choose something new this time around. Because to be frank, I must admit that our fellow Grenadians believe that when they were suffering back home from refugee camp to refugee camp, we were here eating ice cream, drinking milk, and drinking beer. So for each time we go on our side, they don't even want to look at us. But we need to reach our message to the village there. Nyanue was one of those persons there where our people were besieged, both in Gedeh and in the barrack. He was one of the men who were knocking from door to door. That time I was in America. From the East Coast to the West Coast, collecting money and funds to make sure that our people have some sort of relief. People like us, we crossed the English Channel. That time I was in the same Netherlands. I went to England for the first time at BBC Hall, Bush House. This is how our people got communication in the barrack. And what happened when BBC highlighted the issue? America or Britain and a lot of people send help to our people in the barrack. But people don't see the kind of secret, not secret, silent help that was being given to our people. All they know that we were eating ice cream And there is the message we need to carry to Grand Gedeh, that the time to eat piece of meat or take piece of or few cup of rice from politician is over. We don't Nyan will teach you how to fish, so you'll eat fish forever.
Okay. Teach you how to fish, Mr. Zulu. We're going to leave it here. Let me just go to these guys standing by. Thank you so much for chipping in here. Hopefully this cover make a way so you're going to go to your sound tax. Thank you so much. Okay, let me bring in my folks here. What's Mr. Zulu? Mr. Balit and Lai, are you there?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, it's
Yeah, we are here.
yeah, I think there seems to be applause for your exploratory team. Mr. Zulu is adding his voice to this process here. Is he one of your staff in Liberia? Are you guys hearing me?
So you'll be surprised to know the number of people. Yeah, I said you'll be surprised to know the way people gravitate towards Mr. Nyanue campaign. You will see it very soon. There are a lot of people, good people that are gravitating towards the campaign. Anybody can support Mr. Nyanue or any candidate, but there are people that are now coming forward to vouch for Mr. Nyanue. That's how qualified he has been, and that's why we are supporting him. You will not have difficulties trying to support him.
Okay, let me bring in right on top of the hour. The man himself going to be here, and we're going to have an exclusive at which time here. We're going to be doing that. Mr. Lai.
Yeah.
Was there any sort of commitment on the part of William Nyanue that he's going to get things done differently? For so many times, I have heard that, you have heard that. I just don't know who is blowing the real whistle now, honestly. But is there some sort of guaranteed on the part of your candidate for which you are supporting him?
Well, so thank you for that question. I think you have known me for a very long time. I have not been very public when it comes to political issues to say I'm forcefully for supporting this person or that person.
Why are you not being public?
Because I try to observe people and see what they have done before and see if they're committed to my ideas and my views. Okay, I've never done that. So this is my very first time going public with my ideas and support for Mr. Nyanue because I believe in him, that this is the time for Grand Gedeh to be transformed. And this is the person I believe can do it. This is why I'm on the show today. So the commitment, I've gotten that here. I've spoken several times before you even got into the race. I felt that the support I've had from him before, of interactions or ideas, of exchange of views, this is the person I believe can actually transform our county. This is why I gave him my support.
You're giving your support. Is there any political risk for you here that you are taking as far as you are concerned?
Not at all. Like I said before, publicly came out to support anybody on political issues. So if I decide to support Mr. Nyanue, political risk, that's not on my mind. Because if I definitely know that he's going to win this race. So
like you say, it's a risk, right?
I mean, if I should return to Liberia tomorrow, I know every political spectrum has some views and ideas to say, well, sometimes by you support Mr. Nyanue, now you are coming on board as this person. My views are my views, and what I believe in is my philosophy. So if I see someone who has the same ideas and views like me, and I think that those views will be transformed into something positive for my people, I'm going to go behind that person, and this is why I'm here today.
Okay, well, Mr. Ellis Zlet, Washington, monitoring from inside Liberia. I'm not sure whether you are in Monrovia or Grand Gedeh by virtue of the last name. I assume he's one of the potential voters. Mr. Balit, how much you think this exploratory thing going to put in terms of the resources needed to execute your candidate, your experience campaign in terms of monetary value? Do you know?
Mr. I think your voice, it was not coming straight forward.
Yeah. Okay.
But
I was asking
you asking
approximately how
the
much you think you're going to raise to execute this campaign? How much do you think you're going to raise to execute this campaign?
Well,
okay. Thank you.
let me come in here a little bit. Whatever our team is doing, I'm not sure whether it's appropriate at this time to review our covers, our financial covers, but we do know seriously that we have the capability and the financial backing to.
That's a lie. That's part of the transparency. You should have a set goal. You should have an estimated figure that you think you're going to use to execute. You have people like Zoe Pennant, who is financially equipped. You have George Bullitt and other folks that are also there. You have other people that are coming in here. So is it a secret? Don't you think we deserve knowing?
It's not a secret at all. It's not a secret at all. Okay, but right now I just can't tell you the amount of figure or the figure I have. But if you want to speculate, we are working towards $200,000. I mean, that's my speculation.
Bali is about to tell me that because I don't think you want to reveal any figure to me.
No,
yeah, he's the chairman, so.
so what I want what I want to speak to is that people shouldn't be afraid that you want to support, for instance, Mr. Nyanue or Mr. Bole, and people should not be chased because they're supporting this person or that person. I mean, let them honor their philosophy. Let them do what they want to do. I think we passed the age where, because I spoke to somebody yesterday and said, look, Mr. Bali, I'll be quiet, but I will support. Because I don't want to lose my job. And, those kind of things should be, I thought we passed that stage. What will go after people because they support Wilson Valley? I think we should pass that. People should support whoever they want to support. So I think it's a problem, and we should try to, all of us, we shouldn't be afraid to support somebody.
Another thing is
everybody to have their voice.
Right. And another thing is, Liberians have transformed themselves using cash for the ballot box. Okay, I think coming in as with someone who has better ideas and those of us who are strategic thinkers to understand exactly what's happening in the country, we can better tell people exactly what they need, and instead of giving you a couple of dollars here and there, and once you're elected in the office, they disappear. This is not what we are about.
Okay. And it's good we having our brother here, Victor Hinen, say I'm watching live from Zwedru. So this message seems to resonate. You have Ellis is also in Morovia. Zle is also watching. We have to hold you guys accountable. You are also introducing the individual to us. So you are not part of you are also part of the process. Equally, we are part of the process. And even the electors who are going to be making the decision, because at the end of the day, we say maybe president. But when these guys get to Capitol Hill, it becomes a different game. What's the body? You are leaving this tour here, the Nyanue tour to the Capitol here, to the upper house of government. What do you think his cardinal issue that he's, if elected, he's going to be looking at?
Yeah, I had difficulties understanding it. I was not getting you quite well, so.
What are you there? Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, okay, I'm hearing you.
Now you're not even in Capitol Hill now. You not even get to Capitol Hill now. You're finding it difficult to understand me. You see, I feel like is laughing, but that is serious. Okay. So what I was asking. So you understand what I'm saying now? Let me see here. Let me see it. One of your supporters just came in, Mr. Botitayot. As a matter of fact, it's right on top of the hour in a minute, and I hope my special guest will be joining me here, and I'm going to be taking easy of you guys. Okay, Mr. Tayo, it's better late than never. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Okay, I'm good. You are managing your campaigns, and you coming into this process late. Is that how you're going to go well late on Capitol Hill?
I'm not managing a campaign. I'm just a supporter coming in. So the managers are already here.
Okay. Nobody want to take responsibility. What to tell yourself as a Gedeh president? From what I've seen here, all of the former presidents seems to solidify their position here. Is that a real union you guys for me?
Well, it's not a reunion per se, but once it is a clarion call for every president to choose the best among all of the candidates, and knowing our responsibility as community leaders, we believe that getting beyond Mr. Nyanue would be the best thing to do for the people of Grand Gedeh County and we ourselves in the diaspora. So we believe that at this time, the people of Grand Gedeh deserve a candidate who is very much knowledgeable, who is very much conscientious about what the people of Grand Gedeh need, and also the person who actually know the issue. Because when you know the issue, you'll be able to frame your argument as well as frame your platform or policy towards what needs to be done to develop the county of Liberia. So this is why you see all of the intellectuals, all of the strong people in the United States, the diaspora from the Grand Gedeh community are behind, Mr. Nyanue.
So tell us for me here, Mr. President, and I thank you for all of your services to the Grand Gedeh Association. You hosted one of our consequential elections. I remember in 2007, it was a really, really tough one in Des Moines, Iowa. What did Bill Nyanue tell you for which you are convinced? I know you both retire. You do not easily jump into something now. You are showing face here as a surrogate, as a supporter of William Nyanue. What did William Nyanue tell you behind the camera you want to share with us?
Well, actually, William Nyanue did not see. I mean, he doesn't do anything beyond camera. He doesn't do anything beyond the dark. Why he didn't tell me anything beyond anything? Because Mr. Nyanue, we have worked with him. We saw what he did here in the United States, and besides that, Mr. Nyanue, when he was leader of the Grand Gedeh Association in the United States, we also saw what he did. And we believe that going on the national, because he's a man who is not like kind of talking type of person or kind of show off or why he had done or what he's doing, but he just believes in doing something and doing it the right way. So all of the time that we have prayed for, it's okay. This time around, the following election, we want to see somebody who actually the kind of William Nyanue type of person. Is a man with character.
Oh, so talk to me here, Mr. Taya. The folks that are there now, are they not deliverable? Is that a case?
Well, I mean, if they are deliverable for your Grand Gedeh, you've been home several times. I have not gone home, but you've been there. If they are deliverable, they have done anything in the county, I think every action that you do or everything that you do, will speak for themselves. All right. So if they were doing something good, people will not be complaining about the roads every rainy season or every time of the year. People will see that the people of Grand Gedeh will be self-sufficient in food productivity. People of Grand Gedeh will see the community college that was sent over there. People will see the high educational, let's say program that we have in the county, and you see especially the medical aspect of it. So people will see that. So when they are doing good, we see all of that, but we are not seeing anything. So it's about time that we also look, other people to give other people the opportunity to show what they can do for the county. No one is more graduated than their own. So we believe that Mr. Nyanue, at this time around, where the situation that we are faced with now on the level of development in the county, you want to have somebody who knows the issue. You want to get somebody who will be able to travel. You want to have somebody who will be able to go across the aisles, to speak for Grand Gedeh, to represent Grand Gedeh.
Okay, Mr. Balit, Mr. Lai here, the clock is already eating here. It seems to me that Mr. Taya is putting the hook on it right now, talking about roads, school food productivity. Is Bill William Nyanue going to build a gradual highway? Is that the case now? Is that what it's exploratory team messaging?
Well, I mean, when it comes to road construction, that's but at least knowing that we have been having those issues for many, many years, because myself, I rode on that road many years when I was being kid up to this time I became a young man before I left Liberia. But if you have the county leadership, the representative from the county, use those in the legislature or in whatever party they are, they can reach out to the national government for those things to be taken care of. But from the time I was like from Todmont time to Torboro to Dole to Charles Taylor, nothing has been done. Okay, I just want to believe because those who are representing our interests, supposedly our interests, have not reached that level to convey those ideas to national government for things to be done. So we are thinking that, I mean, we believe that Mr. Nyanue can play that role once he gets in the legislature to say, okay, look, these are things that are needed in my county, and I need the support of my colleagues to help pass this bill for this thing to be taken care of, to be done. So like he just said, but schools and stuff, I mean, other counties, their community colleges are well built, well staffed. We are still struggling in Grand Gedeh. I mean, whatever structure they put up, I mean, it's not even to the level of we are still struggling. So we believe that Mr. Nyanue, being an educator, he will definitely make sure that those things are taken care of, especially when we have a county development fund. But for national road project, I mean, that's his national government issue. We believe he can push that.
Okay, guys, my guest is already here. I'm going to get 30 seconds each here. Let me start with Mr. Tayo, and I'm going to be going to my guest, standing by to bring it on. In 30 seconds, what are you leaving with, Mr. Bote Tayo?
Yeah, say that again. I didn't understand you, Mr. Zin.
In 30 seconds, my guest is already standing by. What is your final message to Grenadians listening far and near?
Oh, my final message yet is this time around, let's get it right. Getting it right means having the right person who knows the issue, person who will be able to articulate, person who will be able to represent Grand Gedeh. Representation, is very important. That is, you will speak for Grand Gedeh, you will seek Grand Gedeh's interest, you will frame your argument based on Grand Gedeh's development. You will legislate. That is, you work across the aisle to pass some bills that will affect the well-being of our people. So that's why you are in a legislature, to represent your people. To fight for them, to seek something that they will benefit. And I believe this time around, the people of Grand Gedeh should know that at this time we are at the age or at the point of this country that we need a better representation. And that would be my message to the people by home. But this time around, let's get it right.
Okay, Mr. Bote Tayo, thank you. Let me go to Delaware, near Joe Biden, where our friend Lai is standing by. Lai, what are we taking away?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. So, to the people of Grand Gedeh, let you say that we have produced Mr. Nyanue for the county, and the messages that we are passing out to the people, let them understand that representation means the person is in your interest, but require what you want them to do, and not somebody using you for your vote and then just move on till they come back home to bribe you. I can call that to re-elect them. So this time we want something new. We want someone who has the ideas, someone who has the knowledge, someone who has the skills to at least transform our county. So people of Grand Gedeh, we are producing Mr. Nyanue, and he's coming out there, and we're asking for your vote to have Mr. Nyanue representative.
Okay, the clock is eating here. I want to meet the main character of this afternoon here. So let me go to Wilson Didi Badi. Wilson Badi, are you there? Mr. Badi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay, go ahead quickly with your final remark before I bring in Mr. Nyanue. Yeah, what's your final statement for us?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Mr. So, like I said, no, thank you for inviting us. And I'm calling on all Grenadians, all of us, to think twice this time around. We should vote on what a person is able to do or what they have done before that can now tell us that they can do it again. So, in other words, look at the person's track record. Do not bow to pressure. Do not bow to money.
All right.
Okay. Let all of us come together so that we can change the condition in our county.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Badi.
That's a message I want to give to every one of us. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, well, folks, I want to thank you so much for being part of it. Let's get to the main issue here. Okay, let me just break in, folks, in Radio Land, Television Land. I want to welcome you to this broadcast. Now, joining me, he already looks like a senator sitting on Capitol Hill. Mr. Tawilin G. Nyanue is the former national president of the Grand Gedeh Association. Is now testing his political skills in Liberia. Mr. Nyanue, good afternoon and welcome on LPR.
Good afternoon, Mr. So.
Thank you so much. I don't need to, unfortunately, I'm not good at introduction, and it will be very disingenuous to introduce this gentleman here. But to give you the fair share, for those who don't know, I think it's better for them to get it from you. In a few seconds, whatever way you can introduce yourself, and we'll get down to the issue.
First thing I want to say, thank you for the opportunity to be on your show today. You know, as I was sitting in backstage, listening to the last comments from the guys that were on earlier, and then I watched your jingles coming on, and I was saying to myself, you guys have come a long way. And I really just want to congratulate you, because when you started a few years ago, I really wasn't sure where it was going to go. But I see you made some strides, and all of us should be proud of the work that you're doing. By way of introduction, my name is William Nyanue. My crown name is Gulia. And I'm from Babu Town. Those of you who are familiar with our area, is that small town, small but important town, at the junction of the roads that go to Sino and to Maryland. That's where I was raised. My father was a clan chief for that clan, the Chimeson clan. But then I grew up in Zwedru. I went to grade school in Zwedru, and then went to high school at Ricks Institute in Virginia. That's where I graduated from, and enrolled at the engineering program at the University of Liberia, 5-year program. I graduated from there, and then I enrolled at the University of Arizona here in Tucson, in the United States. That's where I got my master's degree. I'm married. My wife and I have been married for almost 40 years.
Ooh.
She was my girlfriend in high school. We got 4 children. We got 4 grandchildren. I'm a civil engineer. That's what I've been doing for the past, 30 plus decades. And as you said, when it comes to community service, which I'm sure we'll talk about, I've been serving our people in various capacities over the years.
Okay. Now there's a reason for which I told you I couldn't do it, because there's no way I could articulate all that you are just brought in. Again, I want to say thank you. And by the way, your wife served as she was one of the trainers with the Grand Gedeh, I believe, Education Committee.
That's correct. Actually, she started with our friend and brother, peace be to his soul, Abu Gasha Kai, when he was president. My wife was then the chairman for the scholarship committee. During my tenure, we upgraded our position to be for training, education and training. So she was chair of that committee.
Okay, so here quickly here, let's talk some community initiative. It would be unfair to just jump on top of the ladder without setting the basis of your argument this afternoon here. How did William Nyanue got involved in the Grand Gedeh Association?
Alfonso, I mean, this is an interview, so we have to be brief. For people who don't know, I went through the civil war in Liberia. In fact, had it not been for God on our side, my whole family and I would have been killed. The night the rebels captured us, they stripped us, the men stripped us naked. And eventually we managed to find our way to Ravensfield, to Smell No Taste, and to Habel. But even on our way that day, I was in prison at Shuffling. I almost got killed. Someone came and talked on my behalf. So, and then we were in Habel, and I could see the anger around us, and that people were looking for us to kill us. And, if I can just backtrack a little bit, on that journey to Ravensfield that day, there was a young man who used to work with us at the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. He was the CEO at that point, and he knew me. So when he saw me, he told the guys to pull me out of the line, and he said, "You're unfinished today. Where are you going?" We had a conversation. But in the end, I asked a young man, why do you want to kill me? What have I done? Have I done anything? I wasn't sure. Did I do anything bad to anybody? And the young man looked at me for a long time, and then he said, where is your wife? I brought my wife back because she had crossed the line. In the end, he let us go. Eventually, when I got to the US, so when I left Liberia, I was really angry. Why did this guy want to kill me? Simply because I was from Grand Gedeh, not because of anything I had done. And if you read my book, you'll see all the other stories. So when I came to the US, I felt that it was important because we Grand Gedeans were painted in bad light. We were troublemakers. We were eating human beings. We were this and we were that. And I said it was important for someone to speak up for our people.
You see that as a conspiracy against the people of Grand Gedeh.
Yes, and that's one of the things I want to really talk about here, Alfonso. And I know we'll talk about it during the election. Anyone who is familiar with how genocides are committed, how mass murders are committed, they don't just start with killing people. First, they dehumanize you. Before Hitler would kill 6 million Jews, how he painted the Jews to the German people? They were rats. That means they were less than human beings. In Rwanda, you know what they said about the Tutsi? They were cockroaches. So that is the first step to genocide, is that people dehumanize you. So people who are killing you don't think that you're human. And in the beginning of our war, that's what they did to us. We were evil people. And we didn't have a counter narrative to go against that kind of publicity, and that's why a lot of our people got killed, because a lot of young people who killed Crawford, they didn't even know who they were killing, or simply because they were crowned, not because they had done anything wrong. So that was my goal, that in this United States, where people were writing stuff and saying all kinds of things on the social media, at that time it was just beginning, so they were, the few online magazines they had, they were saying all these things. Grand Gedeh voice had to be heard, and we had to tell our own story.
Do you see this? Do you see that was as unfair treatment on the part of the people of Grand Gedeh?
Well, you know what, Alfonso, in crisis, you don't talk about fair or unfair, right? Because the person who's after you, he's after you to get you. He's not after you to be fair to you. And I said, I gave the analogy, if two people go to wrestle, there's wrestling match. Mm-hmm. The goal of your opponent is to knock you down. Now, if you will let him knock you down, then he will knock you down. So what I'm saying is that Grand Gedeh, we didn't fully realize the sophistication that was involved in the war that was going on. So we didn't have a strong voice in the community, whether in the international community or even locally. It came later on. But then by that time, a lot of our people had died. Right? I would have died. My wife, my whole family, they put us online to shoot us. They cut the gun. And then a guy had a gun.
You went through that sort of tough time. Why you didn't lead that mentor to be the voice of the people, since you were the first hand-on person that experienced such a terrible incident?
Because my family and I were in hiding for almost a year. So, and where we were, because I can remember, Alfonso, there are people who know about this war, but some of us experienced the war. My family are in Habel. ECOMO had captured Monrovia. And then they were settling in. They turned ELBC back home. And then they said they were bringing the vernaculars. And the crowd announcer came on that day. And in Habel, where we were, people were saying, these people are still here. These people are still, because everybody had believed at that time they had wiped us out and we were not coming back. So we were in hiding until we got across to the Ivory Coast and we came here to the United States. And the thing you have to understand about leadership is you don't impose yourself on your people, right? They select you. So my first goal was, I was here in Chicago, is to say, we who are in Chicago, why don't we come together? So we organized the Illinois chapter here. That's how we began. And once that took root, then we said, let's go national. Let's call our people so we can energize the national. So that was the process we went through.
That was the beginning of Nyanue into the Grand Gedeh Association.
That's correct. In the Grand Gedeh Association in the US, yes, that's correct.
In the USA.
Yeah, so actually, I've also, let me just be clear, because I started here in this Grand Gedeh Association in Illinois as their president. I was their chaplain. I was chaplain for 2 years.
Chaplain.
I was their chaplain, but you know, I'm a deacon now.
I'm just hearing that.
I am an ordained deacon in the Baptist Church. I've been ordained for more than 30 years. So I was chaplain for 2 years. Then they made me the local president, right? And before I would become national president, my thing was to organize our people so that we spoke as a group. We have a collective voice. It was not about me in particular, but that the people of Grand Gedeh will speak in unity.
That was the consolidations of people, the Crown Group here in the USA and other parts here claiming their attention. We need to come together. What is going on? It is unfair on the part how we are being treated. And then come Grand Gedeh Association. You decide to go into an election.
So after when I was president of the Grand Gedeh Association local chapter here, once we knew that we had strong footing, a strong foundation, the Grand Gedeh Association, National Association were having difficulties. It had, as it were, gone into hibernation. So we decided to have a seminar here in Chicago, to which we invited Grand Gedehs from all around the United States, and we hosted them. We paid a hotel bill, we paid for the food, everything was paid for. We paid for as our local chapter. And when everybody came, we said, look, we need to do something. Grand Gedeh Association has to wake up. And it was out of that seminar that the Grand Gedeh Association, as we know it today, came out. At the end of that seminar, we agreed that we were going to go to New York and have an election. That's where, peace be to his soul again, my friend and brother Abu Gasha Kai and Mr. Nimla Yaya, that's where they had our contest, and Abu Gasha won. And we worked with Mr. Kai for the tenure, for his term, and then after that, before I decided to run.
And you eventually got elected as president.
I did with some of Grand Gedeh's best.
How many years, how many terms you serve as national president of the association?
Actually, I served, Grand Gedeh's association constitution calls for terms of 2 years. So I served two-year terms, so a total of 4 years. And it interesting to know too that those 2 elections, that was the first time in the history of the Grand Gedeh Association, I didn't have an opposition. I was elected unopposed.
Why?
Two terms.
Why?
Well, I wouldn't say why. I think the people, like the first election.
You don't want to contest.
No. The first election, maybe you were not here. That first election was difficult. I had opposition. It was stiff. But going towards when we were getting close to election day itself, the opposition decided they're not going to go through. Right? And I'm grateful for that, because I think that enhanced the unity of the Grand Gedeh community in America. We did not leave the elections with dispute and bitterness. We left in unity, and that helped us.
Don't worry, we're going to get to the main subject here. We're trying to set the basis, the foundation, because these are things that wasn't done, and people take people and just throw dents on Capitol Hill. And here we are in this sort of political mess, the 15th political subdivision, not just only Grand Gedeh. So what we are going to do, we are creating a hallmark. Who is Bill Nyanue and where he wants to go. Let's give the audience a sense of why it is. And we are not here to decide, and they can decide. So talk to me a little bit, Mr. Nyanue, some of the blueprints and some of the good things your administration that we can vividly point to count here as people or all the Grand Gedeh associations. We're trying to establish a track record here.
Okay, let me say that. I know there are things that people are interested in, because one of the things
coming to that, yeah,
one of the things I've heard back home over and again, they will say, Mr. Nyanue, what is your legacy? What did you do? And I think when they ask that question, they are talking in terms of concrete things that you did. Did you build a hospital? Did you build a school? So let me just say, in terms of concrete things, what we did. When I was president of the Illinois chapter here, and we heard that our people were returning to Grand Gedeh, because I'm sure you know, when Michael Soba, peace be to his soul, and his group, they were the first that went to Zwedru. And they came back from Zwedru with videos. And we saw those videos, Cannon Road, they were killing deer on Cannon Road. Now Road, people were going hunting there. Those things broke our hearts. So when we heard that our people were coming back to the county, one of our first concern was, and we heard that the kids didn't have school material. So when I was president here, I told our people here, we need to do something. So we mobilized and we sent the first relief to Grand Gedeh consisting of school supplies, textbooks, copybooks, pencils, and our people here, and I can't just take credit for it because I did my own contribution, but most of our people contributed. James Jibodi there in Philadelphia, he sent me a big consignment of notebooks, right? Other people sent stuff that we sent. Then when I was the national president of Grand Gedeh Association, we heard the same call that Mother Tubman Memorial Hospital was in trouble, that our people were returning frequently to the Ivory Coast for medical services. So again, we did the first shipment of medical relief to Mother Tubman Memorial. You know, we send hospital beds and gowns and bed sheets and drugs and wheelchairs and crutches, knowing that some of our people, you know, might be disabled. I mean, in a nutshell, those are the physical, but Alfonso, you know, the thing that I value most of my term is the fact that because I had certain goals when I became the national president of Grand Gedeh Association. One was that we'll develop it into a professional organization that could compete with any Liberian organization in this United States. And that was why those of you that are here, you remember that I didn't do anything ad hoc or spontaneous. They were calculated, they were planned, they were talked about, they were discussed. And once we agreed, then I enforced them. That's one thing that I'm proud of, because my goal was to set a foundation upon which a professional organization will run. The second thing that I'm proud of is the renaissance that our leadership brought to our community here. I don't know if you were at my inauguration in Rhode Island. Mm-hmm. It was like our people had just woken up.
I think that was in 2004, correct? Is that 2004?
No, the first one was in 2001.
Okay, I think my first time meeting you was that was the very first convention, 2004. I was just JJC here, I believe, in Worcester. Okay. I'm not sure whether it was a regular convention, but time has taken away. I think
that one was a convention. That was my second term.
Okay.
But that event in Providence, Rhode Island, you could see that our people were saying, we are here and we will be heard.
Are they here today, Mr. Nyanue?
What do you mean here? Where now?
No, you said I'm just adding to your point. At that time, I knew what.
Yes.
Is that still happening today?
Yes, because you see, like I said, when we were in Habel and the first crime announcer came on and they were saying, "Oh, the crime people still here. The crime people still here." You know, we were hunted so badly that we were all intimidated, as it were. So at that inauguration, I sense in our people, they are saying, yes, we are here and we will be heard. And to me, that was one of my biggest satisfaction, that our people were hopeful again. And I told them at our inauguration, I said, well, we are beginning here. You know, during the era, they used to say, you know, I said, this thing that we're doing here, we got to go to Liberia. We got to be heard.
That's why it seems to be taken to Liberia right now.
Yes.
So talk to me here. When this whole political decision, how it came into being, what were some of the compelling reasons? I'm quite sure it was not an overnight discussion. You sat with your family, you look at what was unfolding on ground, and seeing what was playing out, then you came to a point.
You know, Alfonso, those who know me know that I'm not a political person. I did engineering. I practiced engineering for more than 30 years. And I tell people, when I graduated from the University of Liberia, even though I had a water and sewer scholarship, you know, Hezekiah Brown, peace be to his soul. He and I grew up. I mean, he was much older than me, but we grew up right in Zwedru Grace Baptist Church. And so Hezekiah didn't know me, or they knew me. So when he heard that I graduated from the University of Liberia, he and my sister met, Sister Benora, right there in Philadelphia. And he said, I want to see William. So I went and I found him. And what he wanted me to do was to be assistant minister of rural development. He took me to Uruguay. And when we got out, I told him, I said, big brother, I don't want that job. I said, right now, if you want to help me, you're having to go to graduate school. I said, I'm just coming out of school. I don't want to be a manager. I don't want to be a minister. I want to practice engineering. So my interest has not been politics, right? And everybody who are in Liberia, let me just say, everybody who are in Liberia in the area will know that William Nyanue never sought a job. I didn't go to anybody to say, I want to be director, I want to be minister, I want to be that. So that was not my interest, right? I'm just giving you a background to the man making this decision. So it really was, even when I told our people in Providence that what we are doing here will carry Liberia, it wasn't really my intention to say I'm going to Liberia run for office. And there are a lot of people in East America who would test, they've asked me over and again, and I've said no, I didn't want to do it. But when I went to Liberia in 2013, and I went to Gedeh, my wife and I drove from Monrovia to Zwedru. And the trade was so stacking to me. That was the first time the idea was planted in my head, even though I didn't follow it at the time. The difference between us and the other people that I saw along the road, from Bon County and Nima County until you get to Gedeh, everybody had agricultural produce to sell. You cross the Sister River, you don't see anything until you get to Zwedru. Then when you get to Zwedru, they tell you that the palm oil we're eating here, it comes from Nima. That this other thing comes from Nima. The other one comes from Nima. And I've said to myself, why? It was never like that. Gedeh was one of the places in Liberia that was completely depopulated because our people had to leave. They were chasing them. My aunt, who refused to go to the Ivory Coast, my mother, they were going. They shot her in the back on our farm. So our place was depopulated. I get that. But I am saying Gedeh leaders now have to say, you know what, we are behind. Our people have to produce enough food. We can't keep buying food from Nima. If we buy palm oil from Nima, then we won't be selling them cassava. Let us trade. That was the first time that idea entered into my mind, 2013, but I didn't act on it until 2018.
Okay, let's do a little bit backtracking here, Mr. Nyanue. Introducing to Uruguay, Uruguay was a public work minister, I remember very well, and that was the late Samuel Doe administration, correct?
No, Uruguay actually started as Minister of Rural Development. Mm-hmm. You see, on Talbot.
And okay, he was meeting. I mean, when you were
when they took me to him, was Minister of Rural Development.
Was it Talbot? Or was it Talbot?
No, it was in the 80s. Now, all I'm saying, because you see, they did not abolish the Ministry of Rural Development right away. Mm-hmm. It took time before they merged the Ministry of Rural Development and Public Works into one.
So why did you refuse to serve here? Your political opponent will see that as an indictment. You were called to serve, and maybe being in that position would have made Gedeh Road to be better today, and we would not be talking it. You would not be talking it. That would have been a very good credit. But why did you refuse, or why you decided not to take that job? Any specific reason?
First thing is this, Alfonso. Ministry of Rural Development didn't have anything to do with national roads. So it would not have any impact on Gedeh Road. Ministry of Rural Development, as it was established, was in the county, what the local, the feeder roads.
Yes, sir.
But okay. And I'm glad you asked this question, Alfonso. You see, one of the dangerous things that is happening in Liberia that people are not aware of is the fact that people think that just going to school and getting a diploma qualifies you to do a lot of things. It doesn't qualify you. What every individual should want to do is to become a professional in your area. So if I graduate from University of Liberia as an accountant, I must practice accountancy. You see, and anyone who is a professional today will tell you, if you work in a professional environment, it takes you at least 5 years to say, I'm proficient in this. I graduated with an engineering degree. I must practice engineering. I must seek an opportunity not to be an administrator, but to be a good engineer. And that was why I said, no, I want to practice engineering. I go to graduate school, I come back, I want to be an engineer. And that's what I did. A lot of our, especially some of our young people who today believe that, oh, maybe I should be representative, I should be senator. They don't have the foundation to say I'm a professional in this. And that's why people in Liberia, they will literally kill for political positions because they got nowhere else to go. They got nowhere else to go. And I'm saying to all of our people, not just Grand Gideon, I'm saying to Liberian young people in general, build a solid foundation.
Okay.
Begin with being an expert in your area.
All right. Now we have talked a lot here. Let's get to the boiling point of this whole conversation here, if you will, Mr. Nyanue. You are engineered, as you rightfully alluded. People ask you here, you didn't say anything. There was no decision made. You went to Liberia. There was a change game, of which now you are on the road to contest this senatorial race for Grand Gedeh County, correct?
Yes. And the way my decision came about, I mean, I tell everybody it was a surprise to myself. Because, like I said, that experience I told you about was in 2013. I didn't make this decision until I think around 2018 or 2017, around there. And the year that I made that decision, because I think I made a decision late in the year. Earlier that year, I had a call from a friend of mine. I mean, on the last show, I call his name today. I'm not going to call his name. He came to Liberia. He's from the.
You're doing unfair to LPR.
I know, but you gotta forgive me on this one. He came from the diaspora, not from the U.S.
Is the person in the U.S.?
No, they're in the diaspora, but not in the U.S. They're not in the U.S.
In the UK?
Not in the UK. So you do by elimination out of fund, but the president is in Australia.
It seems to be Edward Solo.
Well, I'm not calling him here now. You know, I'm calling him. But okay. I'm just saying, Mr. Solo, and you can call him. Edward called me. Edward came to Monrovia, and Edward was concerned, just as I was, about the leadership situation in Grand Gedeh. So he called me, and that was the first time I even thought about election. He said, Bill, election is coming up in 2020. We really need to do something, and we're thinking of you and somebody else. He called the person name. He said, I talked to the president. The president said they're not interested. So you're the last person I want to talk to. And ask him. At that conversation, I told you I was not interested. Then he left. And then several months later, another person called me. Said, Bill, I want to talk to you. He said, I want to come to your office today. I said, for what? No, I said, what time? He said, 12 o'clock. I said, my man, 12 o'clock, I have a meeting. He said, well, then I'll come before 12. And he came before 12. He said exactly the same thing. And it was with that latter individual that I said, yes, I'm going to go do it. And the reason is, Alfonso, I wrote an article recently. I think everybody should read it. It's called The Dilemma of the Liberian Youth. Because one of the things that I noticed in our place, in Grand Gedeh in particular, is that some of our politicians are holding our young people hostage. In fact, they're holding our people hostage. And I think there's nothing that demonstrates that more. Let me just end here. There's nothing that demonstrates that more than what just recently happened with James Dwyer. With James Dwyer, he goes and states an opposing view to his patron. And what happened to him? They took the motorbike from him, right? Mm. So what is happening in our country is that people, they shackle our young people. They say, I will help you and pay your school fee, but then I'll own you. You can't say anything against me. Even if I'm killing our people, you can't say it. And I said, that's unacceptable. Our young people must be free to intellectually express themselves. What is affecting them, they must be free to say. Our people must be the same thing. Our people must not be intimidated because somebody gave them bone with zinc. Right? We can't hold our people. And then somebody says, oh, he's a humanitarian.
Are you making reference to any of your counterparts in the race?
Say that again?
Are you making reference to any of your counterpart that is potentially?
I am just saying. How they people can say, in the Liberian English now, and they say when the shoe fitted, whoever the shoe fitted, they should wear it. So whoever the shoe fitted, they should wear it.
Zopano.
Right? Well, if the shoe fitting, then you should wear it. But here's the point that I want to make, because some of our young people who defend these people, they say to you the man is a humanitarian. So what I would tell them is go back in the dictionary and define who a humanitarian is.
That's
Bill Gates.
Yeah, I don't not to call off Mr. Nyanue. I don't usually, and this is thing when I heard this, that it make my cholesterol and my pressure to see all of our lawmakers, the 103 men and women, and they have turned to NGO overnight instead of doing their work now. They are. I'm not I'm not sure whether they know their function. Since you let the cat out of the bag, I want to jump on that well away. Why are they doing that?
Yes, well, let me just finish this thought, Alfonso, then I'll answer the question. Let the young people understand who a humanitarian is. A humanitarian is somebody who contributes to humanity. So if you take Bill Gates will spend his money on malaria so humanity can benefit. He doesn't need anything in return. The people we have in our place there, they're not humanitarian, they are godfathers. And if you watch the movie Godfather, if you haven't seen it, watch it. In Godfather, Mario Brando, if you were in trouble, you went to him for help. Then he will say, okay, he will help you. If that money you want, he will give it to you. If somebody after you and you want to stop that person coming after you, go to that person. But then he will say, you owe me a favor. And then when time comes, he wants to use you, he calls in that favor. That's what is happening in Liberia and in Grand Gedeh. It's unacceptable. You know, I met with one senator. He's not from Grand Gedeh. He and I met in Louisville, Kentucky. And then they introduced me to him as someone who would be running in 2020. So he and I were talking, and we're talking about this NGO thing that you're talking about. So then I asked him, he said, are you running? And he said, you were wrong. I said, yeah. He said, okay, but wait, when you come, then you'll see it. Because how, you can't go to our people and tell them this and tell them that. And I said to him, I said, look, I understand what you're saying. But is that the solution? Or are you using this as a means to your real end? In other words, right now our people are suffering. They need a few bags of rice. I will give them a few bags of rice. But then I will work with them so that they can be independent. No, that's not what we do. We make them depend on us forever. So they're not independent, so we can control them. That's what it is. So around election time, they go and spend a few dollars here and there, and then they will come back and say, oh, I help our people. A leader who really loves his people will want to make them independent, so that when he is gone, they are able to do for themselves. And that's what my campaign is about.
Okay. You rightfully say you are not a politician, you are an engineer, which of course, that's the honest conversation and honest part here. Unfortunately, the politics of Liberia to Grand Gedeh and that of Republic of Liberia, Grand Gedeh, is not different, Mr. Nyanue. Politics today, politics in Africa, Liberia, Grand Gedeh, is heavily been influenced on financial financial giving, this sort of talking. Is that something you're worrying or thinking about that could rob you or that could harm the process? Because that's the tradition these people they used to. They are thinking of what they're going to get today. They are not looking at what the future or the decision that they're going to be making tomorrow, the consequences, how we're going to live with that decision. Is that something concerning you?
Apostle, it doesn't concern me. And here's the reason. I mean, there's a story that I tell, and I tell it everywhere. I have a friend, he's in Spokane, Washington today. He's from Nimba, he's not even from Grand Gedeh. And he told me how his father sent him to school. He said his father used to be one of the leaders. I think he was a chief. And the government used to send soldiers there. And they will carry the letter and they say, oh, it's all collect the tax or they're supposed to do that. And every time they bring the letter, he will give it to somebody to read it for him. And then the person will read it and interpret it. And he said one day his father called him. And he said, these letters that people are reading and they're telling me, I don't know if they're telling me the truth. So I will send you to school so you can read my letter. I had a father sent him to school. Today he's a PhD. So the reason I'm not concerned about that money is, Alfonso, is because of people like you. Our people in the diaspora, you are the one that your parents sent to school. You are the ones who know that what is obtaining in Grand Gedeh is killing our people. So if we in the diaspora, the young people in Liberia, if they are not able to tell their people that the road that we are on is killing us, then we will remain in this limbo. And I believe they will do that. That's when I'm reaching out to everybody and telling them, this thing is not just about me, my people. It's not just about me. It's about our people and our county. So if you're sitting down there and waiting for a few dollars here and you will sell your counties, then it's on your soul. So that's why I'm not worried about it. I'm going to make and the thing is, Alfonso, I went to Bazan, inside Bazan. There's a school, I think it's between Bake and Zwaya. I went in that school and tears came to my eyes. The children were sitting down on their block. I got those pictures. When I left from that place, I said I got to do something about the school. In fact, I had committed, if I win, I will adapt that school. So I came home. I didn't promise anything. Later on, I sent them 40 bags of cement. Then they sent me a picture and they said, Mr. Nyanue, the fake plaster on the floor and the children here. So I got those pictures. What I'm saying is it wrong to get some of the few bags of rice? It's not wrong. But use it as a door opener. So that once you step inside, then you tell them the real issue. And that's what we're trying to do in this campaign. The kids want to have a soccer meet. Yes, we'll give them money to have the soccer meet. But then somebody will tell them what is really at stake. Somebody want bags of rice, we're giving people rice. We're giving people plastic chairs. But then we'll have a conversation about what this thing is really about. Because you don't want to depend on somebody to always give you rice. You want to have your own rice from your own farm. So it's not necessarily wrong. The thing is, if you adopt a system that make your people only depend on you forever, then that is wrong. And that's what I'm saying this campaign has to deal with.
You are not a politician, as the red fellow said. Capitol buildings where the 103 men and women, those are people who have gone there and they are adopted, somewhat not politicians, but they are adopted this politician government. And the cultures on Capitol Hill, you will agree if we were to do a censor here for those that are watching it, they are unhappy what is going on Capitol Hill in terms of these people being very dishonest. They are not representing their people's interests as it should be. They do not have respect for the people. Alleged corruptions is on a high scale. How can William Nyanue change that culture?
Here's the thing that we have to think about, Fonso. You know, there's nothing in life that is of value that is easy. Anything that has real value, the more important the value, the more difficult that thing is. So there's a culture in Liberia, yes. That culture needs to be changed, yes. Can one person change it? You know, when I do my presentation to our people here to talk about my campaign, there's a little video that I have when I talk about this. What can one person do? And that video, there's a little boy, I don't know, 1 year old or, a year and a half old, that was trying to climb a wall. And everybody said the child can't do it. But that child eventually got to the top of the wall and people were shocked, right? So I think it's the mindset of our people. Can William Nyanue alone go there and go do it? He could, but it will be difficult. It will be difficult, but it must be done. And that's why I tell my people from the other counties, we can't just sit there and complain. If you know somebody good in your county, then support that person by all means to get over there. And the thing with that place there, Alfonso, it's not just all the things you talk about that go on there. It's also the opportunity that it gives you to be heard. So the legislature is not listening. The Liberian public will hear me. They will hear me on the radio. They will hear the program that I will have. It will give me an opportunity to be a voice that the Liberian people can hear. That's what that place will do. And if I were to get there, that's what I'm going to tell my colleagues. We have to wake up. How is it that Ghana, that is just 63-year-old, is now our America? And we feel comfortable going to Ghana for every little thing. Are we not jealous? That's what I'm going to tell my colleagues. And if it doesn't prick their consciences to say we have to do something different to develop our country, then the larger Liberian community, the larger Liberian society will hear me.
I know you're going to be diplomatic here, but I'm not usually diplomatic with politicians. I'm going to be calling names here. That's part of our calling here. You're going to be contesting against Representative Zoe Emmanuel Ponon, who is in the lower house seeking to go to the upper house. You have Dr. George Bullitt in the lower house seeking to go in the upper house. They are there now, and they are trying to seek this political elevation to go to the upper house of government. Are they fit?
Well,
is there enough reason that Gedeh to reward them based on their track record?
You know, Alfonso, it really doesn't matter what William Nyanue says. What matters is what the people of Gedeh say. You know?
Is that
yes? Because what I'm telling you, people, say that again.
Is that yes to my question?
No, I'm saying the poor Gedeh have to make that determination. Because what I personally say is immaterial to the outcome. But what I'm telling our people in this election, in every election for that matter, there should be 3 basic questions that our people should see answer to. First is, what is the person's vision? What is this person proposing to do for Grand Gedeh? You see here, I have a little sheet here that I'll be giving out when we get a Grand Gedeh. And it's a summary of our platform. It says what we promise. It says our promise. We'll say this is our vision for Grand Gedeh, a summary of our vision. The second thing that our people should be asking for is, does this person have the capacity to do the thing they say they will do? Right? Talk is cheap. That's the second question. The third question is, can we trust this person? Is this person not a liar? And that's why I say in this election here, we are all coming to this election with our track records. Let our people look at our track record and see who is a liar. I've been in the United States, I've served our people here for the longest. All of you know me. Who from the diaspora will say what William Nyanue is a liar? Nobody can say that. Go to the places that I work, go to Warren Sewer, and ask the people there about William Nyanue. So the people who want to compete, that's why I said they must come, because we have their record. Let them show our people that they are trustworthy. Let them show our people that they have a clear vision for Grand Gedeh. And let them show our people that they have the capacity to do the things that they will do. Those are the 3 questions. And I like the people of Grand Gedeh made that determination. Those of you in the diaspora, I like you made that determination.
It seems the glove will really come out of your hand. And I don't see you to be the guy who to throw those sort of rare meat here. And let me just make this statement, because I was privileged to host Thomas Yaya Nimland, the former foreign minister of the Republic of Liberia. And he made a special specific comment here against you within this Grand Gedeh Association drama here from New York. So William Nyanue was against when I decided to carry up at uprisings against the people. Well, he was one of those that I rejected to that. I'm sure if debate were to be put in place, and when you stand right by his left or right hand side, Thomas Yaya Nimland would be looking in your face and telling you or reporting you to Grand Gedeh's potential electors who could make a decision on that. What would be your reaction to him?
Abonzo, there's a term that we use in our community very loosely, and it's called honorable. And I was telling my guys in Liberia, please, you don't call me honorable yet. I say I'd rather y'all call me Mr. Nyanue or whatever. And when I was on the radio in Zwedu, I said the same thing. The Crown War, Manchian War for honorable. You know what it is? I don't know what it is in the B.I. Juzon area. But in Manchian, honorable people are the people who call Blobo. You see, Blobo, they are honorable people. And that thing is not just a title, it's a description. It describes the person, the kind of person. So I will assume that Mr. Yaya is an honorable man. And I assume that Mr. Yaya will not fabricate, because Mr. Yaya will know where William Nyanue was when what was going on in Liberia was going on. And Mr. Yaya knows what William Nyanue did. So I assume he's an honorable man. And the time will come when the verdict will come out, whether he's truly honorable or he's just another politician.
Are you willing to establish your political identity here with us this afternoon?
If my political what?
Identity in terms of whether you are affiliating with any political party, or there are tons of political parties in Liberia. You're smiling, Mr. Nyanue. Have you decided where you're going?
Yeah, also, these are some of the things I want to address. Because in Liberia, political parties, I don't call them political parties, I call them political campaigns. Right? Because political campaign committees, let me complete political campaign. You see, because for me, a political party is a grouping of people with share values and aspirations. So the thing that bring you all together and hold you all together is your value. What is it that you people value? Are you against corruption? Do you really hate corruption? That personally in your own life, there's no corruption. Are you guys the ones that say we believe in fair play? There are certain values that hold you together. And in the United States, you can tell. I mean, what holds the Republicans together is their idea of government. They want small government, right? And other things. The Democrats, they want to help the poor. So there are certain values that hold you together. So for me, it's not something for me to rush to. If I'm going to join a political party, I like to know are their values similar to my values? And it will take time before that happens.
Are you currently a part of any political institution?
So right now, I am not joining a political party. At least, I am saying 90+% that I'm going to go as an independent.
Do you used to be a part of a political institution?
No, I never.
Do you
associate? I was not member of NDPL. I was not member of Liberty Party, because that's what people will say. I was a friend of Charles Bromsky. And Mr. Yaya will even support me because he was a member of Liberty Party. And he will tell you all the years that I've been in Liberia, he and I never met one day in Liberty Party meeting. I was a friend of Charles Bromsky.
So what was that friendship? What was it about? There are a lot of politicians who were also somebody people might find it difficult to believe. This is a guy, may his soul rest. He was seeking a high political office. And William Nyanue being a friend to him, there will be some sort of political ideology that tie in for which you guys are friends.
We actually came together for political reason. Mr. Bromsky called me here in my house. I was sitting there in my living room one night and he called me. I think it was maybe 2005 I think it was 2000. No, actually, I think it was 2001. Because I had just gotten elected as president of the Grand Gedeh Association and he wanted support from the community. So he called me. And he said, a mutual friend kind of connected us. Then he told me what he wanted to do. And he said he wanted me to support him. And I said, no. I said, I don't know you. Right? Then he said, okay, but if you will not support me, then support my group here called Friends of Bromsky. I said, no, I will not, because I don't know them. Then he said, okay. And then the next time he called me back. He called me back like 2 or 3 times. And then in the end, he said, let's sit down and talk. So actually, I flew to Maryland. He and I spent a weekend together in Maryland. I put all the questions to him. Why did you go behind Charles Taylor? What is this set of forces thing? We spent a whole afternoon together. And at the end of that afternoon, Alfonso, I concluded that Charles Bromsky may have made mistakes, but his heart for Liberia was in the right place. He wanted the same thing that I wanted from that conversation. He wanted to deal with corruption. He wanted to make sure that the government is responsible to its people. So the ideals that he espoused were ideals that I've been telling my whole life. So I said, okay. And then to add icing on the cake, because one of the things that my people will tell you about me, Alfonso, is that my values are based in my very strong faith in God. I don't take my Christianity seriously. I don't take it lightly. For me, Jesus Christ is number one. All the political things we do, all the things I want to hear my people, Jesus Christ is number one. He is the one that I don't want to make shame of all people. When I was sitting down with Bromsky in the restaurant, and somebody called him, I think it was one of his daughters. They asked him something spiritual. I don't remember the question now. And he opened his Bible. He had a Bible in that day. He said he had just come from the family Saturday prayer meeting or something. So he had his Bible. And he opened his Bible to respond to this person. And I saw in Charles Bromsky's Bible, a lot of things were highlighted. And they spoke to me that was confirmed later on in our relationship, that this man does read his Bible and that he's guided by this Bible. Did he not make a mistake? I'm sure he made a ton of mistakes. But I judged that day that man's heart was in the right place. So that's how we became friends. And I said, if I can help you win an election, I will help you. And so he and I worked for a number of years, and I did whatever I could do to help him. But I was not a member of Liberty Party. And Liberty Party will tell you William Nyanue is not in their record in Liberia. And again, I say Mr. Yaya himself will tell you, because he was an active member of Liberty Party, and you will not see William Nyanue and myself in Liberty Party meeting at so time. It didn't happen.
It's better with them out in the area. So you're now on your way to Capitol Hill. Liberians are outraged. They are unhappy with how folks Capitol Hill, how they behave, especially the both houses of government. And I see the passion in you in terms of what is unfolding in your county. Talk to me here. What 3 cardinal reasons for which, in the back of your mind, if William Nyanue is elected as senator of Grand Gedeh County, the caucus is or the men there, no woman there, they are divided. I was there I was privileged to interview 2 or 3 of them, including Senator Marsha Dennis, Alfonso Gay, and who else again? I was privileged to interview them. And the history of our men and women elected officials is no different from any other country. And we talk to these people on a daily basis. You call people from Nyanue, they tell you they are own. You call people from Sano, a waste. What if William Nyanue is elected as next senator of Grand Gedeh? What will we see differently than what is happening now? You're not a politician, I agree. But these are the story we've been hearing consistently over and over. When you take me into Capitol Hill, when you take me on top of the executive mansion, when you put me on top of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and when you give me that authority as your elected person, everything gonna be bread, butter, peanut butter, and jelly. At the end of the day, we started eating kana again, and then 2 egg start. How can William Nyanue change this narrative? How will you do it differently?
You know, Alfonso, when you have a problem, the first thing you have to do is to do a diagnosis. You know, what is causing this problem? You can't treat an ailment without knowing what is causing the ailment. And I tell you, I mean, people who are familiar with my leadership at the Grand Gedeh Association here in America, they will tell you, when I became president of the Grand Gedeh Association, I had stiff resistance. I remember right after I was elected, you know, the Grand Gedeh Constitution requires for the president-elect to be sworn in the day of the election so that he can begin work. Then in September, you do the formality and all that kind of thing. But that particular day, you gave the president the legitimacy to work. And I can remember when I was elected, a group in Philadelphia said, Mr. Nyanue, we want you to come here. We want to have a fundraising program for you. September had not come. So I went to Philadelphia and they were having the little fundraiser that night. And then one of the strong pillars of the Grand Gedeh Association called me aside. And then he said to me, you know, you're violating the Constitution? I said, how? He said, oh, but you're not inaugurated here and you raised the money. I said, oh, I thought we already did that there. But let me ask you though, so if somebody want to give Grand Gedeh Association money now, I'm going to say, oh, keep your money and wait until I get elected? There was stiff resistance in the Grand Gedeh establishment here. But we overcame that resistance in a matter of few years. How? Because my candidate say, and my way of leading is not to demonize people. My thing is not about people. And sooner or later, people realize that what Nyanue really wants is something that is good for the community. So the question he asked is very important because I've heard that question asked me from several people in the county. Our people, the caucus is divided. What are you going to do? And here's what I say I would do. First, I think the caucus may be divided. Now, listen to me. I say may because I don't know for a fact that because people are out to score points, they are out to make each other look bad. That's not my goal. My goal is to make each other look good. And that's what I was telling you when I started here in Illinois. I was chaplain. But I worked to make sure the Illinois chapter was one of the best in our union. Right? So the thing that I hope I can get across to our people in the legislature with whom I will work is to say, you know what? This is not about me. It's not about you. It's about our people. How can we work together to make sure that Grand Gedeh representation is effective? That's what I'm going to say to them. You know? So that's why even in this campaign, I already began the effort. They will all tell you that I reached out to all of them. Representative Penu, who is the one when they put up on my campaign, is the one whose name they call all the time. I'll call him. Right here, I was sitting here in my living room. I call Honorable Penu.
To say what?
First of all, just to make the connection. And it was like, you know, maybe a year or close to 2 years ago, and to tell him that I was running. So he picked up the phone and he said, who is this? And I said, oh, this is William Nyanue. Then he said, oh, okay, call me back later in 5 minutes. I called him back in 5 minutes, he didn't pick up. I got him by the next day, he didn't pick up.
Where click to your mind?
Pardon me?
Where click to your mind? Why you
Where
think? Yeah, why came
No, but Alfonso, see, this is what I'm saying. I expected that. And that's why they will find out eventually about me. My thing is not to make anybody look bad. It's not to make anybody look bad. I called Representative Grant. He and I had a long conversation, you know. We had a long conversation, and I told him this thing for me is not a war, it's a contest. I am saying I'm the one who is best qualified this time. And if you feel somebody else is best qualified, make the case. And then after the election is over, it's over. It's about the people of Grand Gedeh. I call Dr. Bole. So I am sending a signal to everybody that William Nyanue is about the people of Grand Gedeh. It's not about making anybody look bad. And so that's a case I'm going to make to my colleagues over there, that Grand Gedeh has been left behind. And if we who are the defender of Grand Gedeh right now, who have inherited this thing from our forefathers, if we show ourselves incompetent, then Grand Gedeh will continue to be behind. And then that blood, as it were, will be on our heads. That we are the one who inherited something and not even able to maintain it. And I don't think any of us want that. But the other thing too that I'm going to do, Alfonso, you see, when I started this Grand Gedeh Association thing and had all this resistance, they do all their resistance. I try to reach out to everybody. When the opportunity avails itself, I talk to them. But I went on with my program. I'm going to go on with my program in Grand Gedeh. I'm going to have an office in Grand Gedeh that our people have not seen before. My work is in Grand Gedeh. It's not in Monrovia.
Now you
so if I have an employee in my office, they're going to be, most of them will be in Grand Gedeh.
You caught the next questions that was coming out of my mouth. You already cut my tongue off yet. I'm not sure whether it was for on a political tie. Basis. Yeah, folks, I'm having an exclusive very shortly. We will open the lines for your questions, but we demand respect. We discuss the issue. We want to maintain civility on this network here. We're going to be you're going to be calling, whether you're Grand Gedeans or Liberian, because I strongly believe if Bon County Grand Gedeh Nima elect a good senator, it's a good thing for Liberia. So we're going to give you the opportunity to hear directly from yourself. And Mafonso Zienso of the Liberia Public Radio and LPR TV. By the way, we are broadcasting this live. I feel here on 3 different outlets on our LIB Messenger. You go on the official website of www.liberiapublicradio.com. The live video is there, and go on our Twitter feed as well. The live video is also there, and you can send your comments. We're going to be opening the lines here. Mr. Nyanue, one of the critical issues, I talked to some of your colleagues who are contesting, and I did not get any tangible from them. They were pivoting the questions. They were not asking my questions. They were like, okay, we can't do anything. That's the people's decision. Grand Gedeans, or especially those that are within the Bazon Belt, are outraged about the huge presence, and that of the Burkinabes. People see it as an encroachment. People see it as a lone security threat. Knowing the histories of the Burkinabes, what happens in neighboring Africa, you went in my own time, and I know exactly what is going on there. And I call some of our lawmakers here, and they could not come up with anything tangible, anything concrete, only to say it because of ECOWAS solidarity, but they yet to also look at the security implications of these people if anything were to happen. And we are also hearing some of them that even get them, okay, if you bring them as a contractors, let them do their work and go. But these people are now more or less residents of Grand Gedeh or Bazon, and who knows they're going to be going ahead. They will be making babies tomorrow. Will you tell them to go and their children stay back? They are planting right now. After 1 year, 2 years, will you tell them to leave their crops and go back? Now you are working hard to go on Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill, where some of these folks are not addressing our questions and getting the answers that the people are demanding. If you are elected, if the people of Grand Gedeh elect you tomorrow as a senator, what would be your positions on the huge presence of Burkinabes within the Grand Gedeh or Bazon Belt?
Alfonso, that's a good question. I engage in conversation about Liberia and Africa in general for a lot of people, not just Grand Gedeans. A lot of my friends from school, some of my professional colleagues, we talk about Liberia. And one in particular blames the West for Africa's troubles. You say they are exploiting us. And I said, I said to him, now in a conversation, I think last week, and I said to him, that might be true. But you know why they exploit us? It's because we Africans and we Liberians are not able to define for ourselves and protect what our strategic interests are. You see, I am in my house. I am the one who will say, here are the kind of people I will allow in my house. When my children were growing up, certain things will not happen. I will protect my house. So you come to Grand Gedeh now, Grand Gedeh leaders should define what are our strategic interests. We have not defined our strategic interest. You see, in the Middle East today, with the Palestinian and Israeli, it's about land. The Israeli were there in biblical times. Then they went in the diaspora. Then the Palestinians came in and took over the land in Palestine. Then the Israelis came back around 1944, 1945. And they said, we were here. The Palestinians said, no, this is our land. That's what our conflict in the Middle East is about. Land is crucial. A Grand Gedeh leader need to realize now that what we are talking about is not for next year or 5 years from now. It's about 20, 30, 40 years from now. So this is what I say about that thing in the Bison area. And I'm familiar with it. I mean, the other show, I'm telling you, Commissioner William Quatis and I had a conversation about this. This is a conversation that needs to be had in Grand Gedeh in the open. And we, the people of Grand Gedeh, must determine, do you need labor? Yes. Don't people come, Hispanic come from the southern border to come to the U.S. to do migrant work? But then they go back. Grand Gedeh leadership at all levels must make sure that if you bring in labor, that they go back at the end of their contract. But we got to discuss it. There has to be a county-wide solution. And that's what I would say. And I will make sure that this conversation is had.
All right, there you have it. Talk to me here about your plans. You are educated man, you are engineer, and I have no doubt you want young Grand Gedeans to excel. I asked Tomo Yaya Nimlan yet, and we thank him for whatever he did to bring liberation, but he did not answer some of the core valued questions. I did not hear anything about the youth of Grand Gedeh. All I see in Morovia, people with backpacks on their back, sour, running beyond these political sycophants who are doing very disservice to our country. And I have no doubt it is the same thing ongoing in Grand Gedeh. And he could not even produce a plan on the futures of these young people who are said went on the front line to defend their country. That is good. We cannot question them. They too, they were in defense of their life. But these people that take political office, no strategies, no plan to rebuild, to reconstruct their lives. Talk to me here. If William Nyanue is elected, what would be the future of today's youth? I'm not even talking about myself. I don't think you are in it for yourself, but it's for the next generation. But apparently these politicians of today, most of them, they are just thinking about themselves and they do not have time for these young people who someday they will die and they forget to know that they will die, and that the young people are going to come into the scene to make Grand Gedeh, to make the Republic of Liberia. But they do not have time for them. They believe in this sort of hand out, this sort of humanitarian, save the children, Medicine Sans Frontier work. They are not the Medicine Sans Frontiers of Liberia. What plan do you have for the young generations of Grand Gedeh County if elected senator?
Alfonso, you know, one of the things that a phrase that I think is repeated in my platform when it comes out is the phrase called strategic thinking. You see, and because I'm an engineer, so my mind works that way. You got to be strategic in your thinking. You know, like you say, I was a friend of Charles Bromsky, and I mean, all the elections in Liberia, I've done a lot of work in the background, and I will go make a case. And say, look, you got to do this in my place. You got to do this in my place. And then they will ask you, they say, boss man, you say to me, boss man, there's nobody in your place. You say, but I'm plenty. You say, even all your people there, they don't vote for this person, that person could win. Grand Gedeh population is small, 120,000 plus. Nima population is almost 500,000. So Grand Gedeh leaders have to say, how do we compete? We need to find our niche. That word niche It means we find something that we are so good at that we are competitive. And I'm saying that thing should be education. Grand Gedeh leaders have to make a commitment to say, all the young people that graduate from community college here or from the multilateral, this is the level of skill we want them to have that other people from other places will not have. Nima Kanda just broke ground for $52,000.
What would be the perfect example of that sort of skill?
So okay, let me just say, Nima Kanda just broke ground the other day for an engineering building costing $52,000, right? So I'm saying, for example, take the kids coming out of community college in Grand Gedeh or coming out of Senatorial Multilateral High School. The children must be able to have marketable computer skills. Let our young people coming out of Grand Gedeh don't even need to go to computer school unless for advanced computer study. But let them have, marketable computer skills. They can do Excel, they can do Word, they can do, all the data programs. They can do PowerPoint presentation, things that are marketable, things that employers want. Let's make sure that our kids get that kind of training. I spent time on the Senatorial Multilateral High School campus, and I toured the whole campus. I went to their auto mechanic lab. Zero. I went to the home air class. All the machines they had there, sewing machine, were old machines that NGO had given them. They only had one drum that they were using as oven to learn how to bake. We must change that. Let the kids coming out of Senatorial Multilateral High School be good seamstresses, good auto mechanics. That's where we should put money. And I also say the young people in Senatorial who are around pimping, you don't want to ride pimping until you die. You use pimping as a springboard, as a means to an end. So we must work with our young people first to educate them, because it's not always just about money. It's the education, it's the freeing of the mind. To say, no, you can become this. And the example I gave is my own little cousin, who is like my driver now. Everybody calling him in Liberia, calling him cash violence. That little boy was coming. He came from Cotton, wanted to go to LU. I was here in the States. And then he said, Daddy, I need to go to LU. I need to send some money. We sent some money. He took that money, he bought motorbike. He didn't go to LU. But he took that motorbike, and he didn't tell me. He took that motorbike and rode it for 1 year. He saved enough money. The next year he went to LU. Then he will go to LU, you go to classes in the morning, you come back, he joined in the traffic. Today, that little boy, he went from motorbike to having 2 taxi cab, to having 2 pickups. Now he has 2 black factories in Monrovia. 2 black factories. He not ride motorbike anymore. So we need to work with our young people so they can graduate. If you're selling better boy in the market, you can't sell better boy until you die. The people who go to Liberia and make money, how much money do they carry in Liberia? They're coming from Pakistan and Lebanon. How much money do they carry? But they are able to manage what they carry and they graduate. There's a big businessman in Zweru today. I met with him when I was there. He said, Mr. Nyanue, he said, I started with a wheelbarrow. And then when I got enough money, I had my table with my umbrella. He said, now I go to China 2 times a year. Is that education that we need to give our young people? That's why we'll give them independence.
It's not happening.
Go ahead.
It's not happening.
No, it's not. And that's what my campaign is about. That's what my campaign is about. I tell you, my mother-in-law was here with us in the U.S. for 8 years. When she first came, in the morning, the kids go to school, my wife and I go to work. And I will be one of the first to come back home first, in the evening. And then she'll be sitting down here in the family room and say, once I get here, then you say, well, one show, find the show that I like. Then I will turn the TV on and find a game show that she wanted to watch. Within a few months, we taught that old lady how to operate the TV. We taught her how to make phone calls. So she didn't need us anymore. That's what I want. I don't want young people depending on William Nyanue for their livelihood. I don't want any of my people depending on some politician. My father died when I was 10 years old. You think who politician help us? My mom had a big planting farm. You think who gave her money? I want our people to be independent. And we must help them. The young people, the older people must help them in that direction. How long it will take, I don't know. But we must begin the work and do it.
I'm going to be playing Liberia Public Radio. I'm getting a little echo yet. Liberia Public Radio been doing some sampling inside Grand Gedeh sort of parts. We're still going on. I'm going to be playing some recording here, and I want you will listen to it. And afterward, I'm going to get your reaction. We're going to be opening the lines very shortly. Mr. Sandy, to mention, our invitation has gone out since to Mr. Zle as well. In fact, all of the candidates, including some of the females that we are hearing, we have made this proportionate. Unfortunately, some of them have not responded to us, and it's still open. But who knows? At some point in time, the time you want to get it, you may not get it. Right now, it's a giveaway because this is costly. What we are doing here is a straight business. We are planted in Liberia, to correspondent in Zwedru, all our counties. We are bringing people to, all over the place. So no one is being given specific preference here, but all of the candidates that we know so far, we have reached out to them. Those that have responded, those are the ones that we have. And for example, young Justino Gay will be here on Thursday. But let me just play this here, some of the samplings that we did, and I will get a reaction before Nyanue.
And your town, you should click for the town into as well.
I live Tianston.
The name?
My name is Ben Biro.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Ben, you have any other any position in this community?
Exactly so. I said I was secretary for the board on the youth side.
Okay. I want us to, as we are gearing towards this 2020 election, where Virginia again will be going to the pool to elect a senator. For me, I want to get your own view as to, who are you looking at? That's one of the aspects. And what kind of senator do you want to vote?
Okay, thank you, brother. That was my brother was saying, Jenna. Now I can't go per several person in now because was and my church now, as I'm speaking now, my incoming senior center, which it will be so Emmanuel Pen because why? Because he want to deliver the county.
Why we have a lot of people even from this is Bowson Statutory District.
Yeah.
We have other people like Emosle, you name the rest. We have a lot of people.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at Honorable Peno?
Thank you.
Why decide to choose Honorable Peno?
Because the man is my church.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the man and to myself, to my own belief, and who care that man, he will deliver the county.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much for joining on this interview. Your name?
Joanati.
And which town is this?
Duejita.
Okay, so you're a resident of Dueji town.
Of course.
So basically, we are looking at we are getting views on from people about the upcoming 2020 senatorial election in Liberia, and Grand Gedeh is of no exception. So we want to know, basically, you from Dueji town, and we have a lot of aspirants from this district, which is the Bazon district. Who are you personally looking at that you think will deliver the people of Grand Gedeh County?
I'm looking at So Emmanuel Peno.
Why are you looking at So Peno?
I'm looking at So Peno because the very first time when he and Masha were in the race, we in the bubble, the marble in the bubble, we had taboo between all they are dolly to us. And when he came here, we told him that we were not carrying him because our son is in the race. So for the second time, we can't deny him with the marble. It will not be good.
So now looking at that traditional aspect, also,
and secondly, So Peno, he's not from the district, but his development comes to the district. Every student of the district is so student. He can say, I'm not from Basson, and I'm not from district, electoral district, I will not take care of it. Any development that he does in Chien district must come to Basson.
So how you think your brothers or sisters as well who are in the race, how you think they'll feel about you people who want to carry Zo who is from far near?
So it's within Grand Gedeh County.
Sure, I agree.
He's a soul of Grand Gedeh. So whether they feel negative or positive, my choice is So Emmanuel Peno.
Right. So can you send any word out there to people who will be listening to him?
People that will listen to me, let us try to push so far so that he can be successful in this race.
Thank you.
Zabake Apollos, citizen of Senatorial Town.
Okay, Mr. K. we are looking at the elections. Any months from now, we will be, a few months from now, we'll be going to the polls to elect a senator. And I believe a lot of aspirants been visiting Nyanue here. So, who do you think Grenadians should take to the upper house of legislature?
Yeah, for me, I prefer Honorable Emonzle.
Why you prefer Honorable Emonsle?
Emonzle because since I've been knowing him, he is one of the men that I never voted before.
Okay.
But with all the positions there, he been doing something there in some town that I've been monitoring.
So, what are other things that you have seen him doing that you think because of that Grenadians should vote him?
Okay, Emonzle open a farm to a village over there where a lot of time youth used to go there and get their basic thing there. And sometimes they build some market ground there, like places like anyway. They build market ground on a project, on a taking project.
Okay.
Yes, anyway.
Okay.
And there a lot of things inside Bazon that people been talking about.
Okay. So when you started knowing Honorable Zile?
I started knowing since 4 years.
Okay, since 4 years now. So you also have people who will be listening to the interview. What a special message you get for them? People who will be listening to you.
Yeah, talking to the people, I want to say that we need somebody who not thinking about himself alone, who thinking about the youth, how to create employment for the youth. So man, Amos there, he have that dream. He want to create some farm there where you will go and get their food.
I talked to other youth in the town today, and some of them say they are tired of voting. In fact, they don't want to vote because anybody you vote, soon they get there, and you go do different things. All the promises and things you're not fulfilling. And now you are recommending Amos Leto Granjida to vote him to the upper house.
Yeah.
So you are encouraging the people now in case Amos Leto go there now, then he do different things. So what a guarantee you're about to give the people now?
Yeah, for me, I don't want to get any guarantee, but they're all right. So if you vote somebody that not do what you think you're supposed to do, when you're not doing it, it can't stop you from voting. For me. So anytime when voting time reach, they are all right to cash our vote out.
Okay.
You say when we choose somebody that not do our view of how to do it.
Okay. Thank you.
And what I said, Jenna, Amos there, you are not been there before.
All right. Welcome to this special interview.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Your name and your organization or the background you from?
Well, I'm Sonny Giru, the head of the Federation of Motorcycle and Transcycle Union of Liberia, Gedeh County branch.
A few months from now, we'll be going to the ballot box to elect Senator of Gedeh County. How you look at the political atmosphere right now?
Well, the political atmosphere for now, things are not normal than before. We are still into the fight of the COVID-19. So as such, the political heat are not reached the level, citizens actually, analyze and say, I think the person is carrying such a weight. But how be it, we are seeing some intellectuals from various political background mapping various forums or forums around here, introducing the political manifesto of their, flag bearers. But we yet to see, because since the issue of the COVID, you see the atmosphere of the political, arena are not been, that active.
So you control motorcyclists in Gedeh. You also tour all of the districts, I can say. Who you think? Which one of the candidates you think people are talking about in the other part of Gedeh?
Well, firstly, we Gedeh County is a county comprises of 8 administrative districts.
Right.
And there's 3 electoral districts. So we are bad rallies, carrying our people here and there. They are all aspirants now. Who need in the more for other people.
Right.
With the like on Zoe Maya Penum, and the like on George Puri, and the like on Bueno Nyanue, and I can say on Tomo Yaya Nimble, and on Sarah Cooper.
Yeah.
Because don't need
These are
continue
names,
to be
sure.
in the moment for the people,
Right.
but the atmosphere and happen like active, to the point. But the only thing is that
What's your own observation?
my own observation is
Probably
that
you are hearing other people saying things in the corners.
yeah, well, saying this thing that the people who are in position, and when someone is incumbent or the person is in position, the person, have a lot of weight. So, and in our own mind is that the people who are not in position but now and coming, to contend with people who are in position, they need to do well.
With the names you just mentioned, let us look at who do you think, in your own opinion now, that can best represent Grand Gedeh County at the level of the Senate?
Yeah, thank you very much. And they kind of play to tell you that who do you think, that can best represent Grand Gedeh for now. Abu, the issue about it is that there are nothing strange that you bring different person to say if you go to the House of Parliament, you do anything apart from what other people have been doing there.
Right.
For the fact that the House where we're committee. And more to that, before you push any issue on the floor, require to tell majority.
Yeah, but Mr. Jerome, I'm very optimistic that indeed comes December 8th. I think that's the right time. In cashing your ballot, I believe you'll be cashing your ballot for one person.
So, I know.
I want us to come to that point.
But the father boy, we are handling our business institution.
I agree.
From the motorcycle background, this institution that is not political and not governmental.
Yeah.
It's there to serve the masses.
You also have the right.
Every other politician have the right to do business with us.
And you also have the right to
and I also have my right to vote.
Yeah.
So my right to vote, when I'm speaking from the political perspective, I'll be telling you that I'm putting on my, my intellectual jacket to defend, whosoever politician that are subscribing to their leadership ideology or political ideology. Yeah. But for now, as a civil society, or state actor, I can tell you that this person is more competent and I can lead Grand Gedeh to the best way. Because from one part, the Bible make it clear that in the book of Psalms 75, verse 7, it says, leadership not coming from the east, not from the west, but from God, who is the poor, he promote and demote. So it is God who gave position to whosoever. So I can tell you that the person is better than a friend. For the father, the Constitution said, I did 35 years you can become senator. So I don't see anybody who will below 35 years to say the person can't do it more.
Who do you think we need now as a senator? What are other abilities?
The father boy or Abu. We need someone with a heart of God.
Okay.
We need someone who is humanitarian. We need a person who is people-centered. We need the person who will come down, to the needs of the town, to the masses. And we need people, who when they come in, as soon as they get position, you don't see them, they don't face their people, they don't know, the mental affliction of the people, what the people, yearning for, they don't know. But we need a person who will go there, to adequately represent the people to the fullest. See, Abu, it's quite frustrating. I was so Eastern Road up to now in the 21st century. Grand Gedeh, are we people to be talking about national road, but now it's quite unfortunate.
Right.
It's very much unfortunate. And there are a lot of people who came yesterday, they make us understand they are the best. And they went there a lot of years now. We stay here to see innovation. You get me? So the issue of someone here coming for me and say, Sonny Chiron, and I will pay you a horse or two. That is not the interest of the masses. You get me? Are you create a tangible legacy? See the beautiful street of Grand Gedeh or Sweru City. These are things that were super vast. But the late President told. And today, many of residents of Grand Gedeh County who are not Grand Gedeh, who are not Liberian citizens, residing in Grand Gedeh, enjoying the beautification of Frederick. You see that? So why are we saying? Can't you provide a good bill that will provide job opportunity for the young people? Even I tell you, Abu, we are living in the kind of country where we find ourselves that economy-wise and developmental-wise, we are in slavery. Right. Because Why will you have a higher learning institution, more especially the Grand Gedeh County Community College, is here putting out or graduate every year? Then you see there's no industry for the people to work. Even to the state one university. How many industry, how many companies in Liberia to incorporate people are working out of the world every night and then? It's quite unfortunate. So they say, oh, Abu is better than Sunni Boy is better than Abu. Why? So what different Abu is speaking on the table? You get me? But we as
Okay, Mr. Yano, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, this is quite interesting. This is just a sampling that we did, and more to be coming from Ains, Zwedru, and other places. But it is quite fascinating. People are even jumping way ahead of the game. The chicken began to hatch already before even the egg was developed. This is to show how serious it is. People are making their decisions based on X, Y, Z. They are not looking at the future of their county. They are not looking to buy into ideas, even though honestly, I have not. This is my second time talking to someone, any of the experience. I've talked to a lot of other people from other county. At least you show your your agenda. Hopefully, LPR are going to get an asset to it. But a lady from Bon County Senatorial Aspirant, Mrs. Thomas, she sent out an agenda. These people come, they look in the air and say, "This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do." No idea, no blueprint, no any basis on their agreement. If you listen to this, all of these samplings that we have done, and more to come, we're going to be playing them subsequently. If you listen to this, what do you see as a potential? I don't want to say a challenge. Not you, but Grand Gedeh as a whole in this process. How can you change these people who have come say one other one that said what the border just said before? So if William Nyanue came by Jesse, how can he or she go towards that ballot box and say, I'm giving this vote? How do you intend to change this sort of narrative?
First thing is, Alfonso, I think we have to understand that our people are not stupid. They're not irrational. They are rational beings. Because I've had this conversation with my friends. I mean, after the last election, one of my friends said, Liberian people are so deceitful, I'm done with them. You know, they're not, yeah, some are deceitful, but they are rational people. Liberians, they will tell you politics is interest. So if the young person, the young lady in, what was it, Indian town, who say because Zoda, they are dirty, you know, if I can't convince that young lady
and to I say what a taboo when you know when something becomes a taboo now.
Yeah. So obviously, if I can't convince that young lady that, you know what, even though I'm not your daddy, but I'm the best person for you, suddenly she will not vote for me. So that is a challenge that I have, and that other people who really want to see something different in Grand Gedeh have. It's our challenge to educate our people. Because if we fail in that task, then decisions will be made on superfluous things, right? Or peripheral things. Then we can't blame them because that is the extent of their enlightenment, right? That's the extent of their enlightenment. That's what they know. And they're going to make their decision on the basis of what they know. So the burden is on us to educate our people, whichever medium we have, like we are doing here today. You know, that's the burden is on us. So the burden is on me. I'll go to Tiantown and I'll ask for the young lady to try to find her. You know, that even though we're not doing it, but I'm best for Grand Gedeh. Yeah. You know, so we have a lot of work to do. We got work to do and we'll do it.
Okay. Are you willing to, LPR is contemplating of having a debate. Are you willing to appear with your colleagues here to have honest discussions on the future of Grand Gedeh?
any day, Afonso. I will be more than happy any day. Even if you schedule it tomorrow, I will come. You say tomorrow, I will come.
We're going to be putting the number out here so that you will interact with the people to be calling here. What's your what will be your position? A lot of people say they the lawmakers, they are making plenty of money. I don't even know how much they make because I had who did I have here yesterday, the day before? They don't even tell people anything. It should be public record. But when you ask them, they say go to finance, go to their website. This website are not even functioning first and foremost, and then it becomes like a torso. You go this, it's there, and you can see it. That was Matthew Zaza. What do you think going to be an ideal salary if William Nyanue is elected senator?
You know, the issue of salary, I know it's been debated over and again. But you see, I think people tend to debate that salary issue in a vacuum. There are things happening in Liberia, right? I mean, it's like these young people are saying right now, what is their idea of a representative or senator? The idea is that person who would then go back to the county and say, okay, all the students here are getting scholarship. Somebody want house, I'll build you a house. Or they want school here, I will build you a school. And the question that they don't bother to answer is, where is this person getting all this money to do all these things that you want the person to do? That's a conversation that we need to have. Because the representatives and senators on the other hand, they will tell you, they say we're making a lot of salary. But you know what? You know how many people I divide that salary with? So the thing that I'm saying, to have that salary conversation, we need to develop a culture where the savings that come from reduction in salary can be plowed back into communities. Then the demand on representatives and senators will go down, because that's the big source of corruption. That's a very big source of corruption. So, I mean, I wouldn't sit down here and say representatives should be $1,000, $2,000, and give a specific number. But I'm saying they should have salary comparable to their colleagues in other countries. But at the same time, revamp our system, so that our people are not depending on these people in the legislature or in government to live. That we are managing the system sufficiently so that resources are plowed into our communities so that our people will be able to make an independent living and don't have to be dependent on politicians.
Okay, we're going to be going to our phone lines now to start interactions of our audience and participants. Let me go to the first caller here, 774 number here, 2110. Caller, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, Mr. So. This is just Shati Gate. Representative candidate for the Coalition for Democratic Change and the vision bearer of Friends of Just as.
Yeah.
Let me comment on Mr. Nyanue in studio. I followed his expose and I was moved. I'm encouraged that we all driving on the rightful path. It comes to improve the livelihood of our people. But I think I just want to contact Mr. Nyanue and also ask for his support. Owing to the fact that we are in a new generation that require people of the same age, people of the same understanding, and people of the same charisma to run the affair, the activity of Gedeh County. We have had people of the age of Nyanue, people of the middle age.
So, Mr. Gay.
Yeah,
the line is busting you crazy. So just go to your question because other calling so that we can. So
yes, my question to Nyanue, or why did now as our elders cannot see a reason to support one of like me that has the experience, that has the ability, and that is prepared to lead, to support one of us instead of they keep infringing or getting into our own generation to save us.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Nyanue. I hope you're taking note. Let me go to this other question. Yes. 763 number 4114. Are you there?
Just so I believe this will be Sandy.
Okay. Yes. Sandy, go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah. Well, let me first of all say, a big congratulations to Mr. Nyanue for a great presentation. I've been on your show with several other candidates, and I will, like to say here publicly that I want to commend the old man for a wonderful presentation. He spoke on a couple of things that got my attention. One of the things is has to do with the issue of the Burkinabes in the district, Western district. So I want to commend him that he's interested to address the issue. So I would, really encourage him to do so. You don't have to wait until, you get elected before you can engage the issue of Burkinabes in our district. Is concerning. So I will encourage you to, work with the people on ground and let's get that addressed. Now, on the side of education, I'm glad that we have a professional, someone with a career background that is trying to get in the Senate. Considering that, Mr. Nyanue, I have a question. Do you currently have any Grenadians that are on a scholarship, your scholarship, that you are sponsoring either at the University of Liberia or other higher institution in the Republic of Liberia? Thank you. Is that so?
Okay. All right. Let me pick this. Caller, what's your? Then I will be going to Mr. Nyanue to answer that. Caller, are you there? 641 number 614.
Yes.
Okay. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is John Howard. I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Okay. What's your question? Thank you.
Say that again.
What's your question to my guest?
Oh well, I just want to tell you a guest thing. I even sent a text message. He's very. The person who wants to see the interest of Liberia, because even if we talk about, I'm not from Grand Gedeh, I'm from local county, but I grew up with a lot of people from Grand Gedeh County, and up to now in the United States, they are a very close friend of mine. They visit my home, and I go to their places and stuff. So Mr. Noor is speaking, and I hope that, all of our leader or those who are seeking to lead Liberia will think the way he's thinking.
Okay. So, all right. So it's a basic. So no. Do you have a question or no?
Well, I just wanted to say that, Mr. Noor, continue to. My question to you is that, are you sure that when you take that position, you are going to serve that country, and most especially those who are going to be needed to be served?
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'm now going to power in after the 302 here. Then I'll have the Mr. Nyanue to give him the opportunity to respond. 302-4397. Are you there, caller? What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, Mr. Soul, my name is Daniel Freeman, and I'm calling from Philadelphia, PA.
Okay, Mr. Fremont and Mr. President, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Even though we have a lot of bereavement on our hands, and we just, keep it on. We know we're going to get through this together. I want to speak to Honorable Nyanue, even though he said we should not call him honorable. But I believe that when
you break the C5. Let's go ahead with the question. I want you to respond. There are a lot of calls coming in here, so I want you to respond.
I have two things here. I just want to commend him for his work that he have done in the diaspora, and now he openly accepted the questions people have been asking all along. Now, our politics here and back home, they are a little different. I know you're going to succeed in being elected, but if you are not successful, are you going to stay in there to create other programs to help our people?
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me go to Mr. Nyanue because I don't want to pile all the questions on him. And please call us. If you call, please make sure to ask. Oh my goodness, I gotta give him the chance to respond to these questions. Mr. Nyanue, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. All right. I just had a poll on the other call here. I don't want to just pile them on you. That would be unfair. Okay, I believe you've been taking down note.
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to start from bottom to top and respond to some of these questions, I'm not taking note here. So
yeah, the last caller said, if, and that's a big if, God forbid, that I don't win, would I stay in there? And the answer is definitely yes. See, because I'm not doing this thing here for William Nyanue. I'm doing it for the same reason that I got involved in the Grand Gedeh Association. I want an opportunity to give Grand Gedeh a new face. That's what this thing is about. And right now, you go to Grand Gedeh, you see I started my farm. In fact, they're just completing the house on our farm. So we have our farmhouse. We have a house in Zwedru. Actually, we got 2 houses in Zwedru. And the reason we're doing all of that is because we will be home. So after the election, we'll be home. We'll be home. We'll be there. So we're not just going there to show our faces and then come back. No, that is the decision we've made. The other one say, are you sure you will serve the people if you're elected? Again, that's what I said, in our platform, we are saying everybody is coming with a track record. Because they asked me this question before, Mr. Nyanue, how sure are we if we elect you, you're not going to be like the other people? And then it will call people names. And I'll say to them, like I'm saying now here on the show, if I were to write a promissory note and they sign it in my blood, and I give it to you and I say, yes, I will be different. And then I get there and I'm not different. What good is a promissory note to you? It's nothing. You can't sue me, right? So I tell our people the way you will know whether William Nyanue will serve our people is to look at his track record. And if you look at that track record, from the time I was a student at the University of Liberia, those streets, few streets in Zwedru today that have names. You know who named those streets? It was under my leadership as president of the Grand Gedeh University Student Union that project was begun. My friend Jackson won it. He completed. He actually took students from the University of Liberia, Grand Gedeh students, and took them to Zwedru and planted the street names. I stood at the University of Liberia. I think it was my second year, my first or second year, that we had a career seminar in Zwedru to educate our young people so that when they come to the University of Liberia, they don't overstay. What was I looking for? Position? No. It was about making sure that Grand Gedeh gets a fair shot at being adequately represented in the Liberian society. So yes, look at my track record and it will tell you that William Nyanue will serve, that I want this to serve. Then somebody asked if I have a scholarship program. And this question is important because it talks about a certain mindset. And that mindset is your representative and your senators who have scholarship programs. That's wrong mindset. And that's why you have all these people that give somebody $50 here, they're broadcasting it. So everybody can know you give somebody $50. They pay somebody school fee, they want to broadcast it so everybody will know. That's not the role of a leader. Should a leader be generous? Yes. There's a young man, he just graduated from Clark University, right there in Massachusetts. He will tell you, I got him here. I got him here. There's a little girl, she's a young woman now, right there in Monrovia, right? How did she go through school? I pay her fees. She's like a daughter to me now. There's a young lady at the community college. She came to my house one day in Monrovia. I don't know her. She didn't know me, but she heard I was from Grand Gedeh. She wanted money to go to school. Even though I didn't know her, I gave her some money to go. And then I said, when you go find my friend at the community college, because I didn't know her, she was telling me the truth. Find my friend and let him call me. And she did. She went to the community college for my friend. And then he called me. He said, the woman you said should call you. Yeah, oh yeah, she here with me. Right? So you shouldn't expect that of your senator. You should expect your senator or your representative to be generous. Yes. But what you should be looking for is, how do my leaders manage our collective resources to benefit young people? There used to be a county scholarship program when I was growing up. And quite a few of the people who are accomplished today from Grand Gedeh, they were awarded those scholarships. I had some of them graduated from Cottontown, and those scholarships had no political influence. They were objective. They were competitive. So no, I don't have a scholarship program, but I've helped people. And I'm not going to broadcast their names. The last question was, why don't you support a young person? You know, I thought about this question. you know, in America here, watch how they do it here. Young people don't just get up and go to Congress. If you want to have a legislative role, what they do is they become congressional aides. So they're in some congressman's office and they learn and they learn and they learn. Then eventually they're prepared and they get there. One of the challenges we have in Liberia today, you know, and I'm speaking to the young people, is the fact that, you know, most young people feel that they are ready when they are actually not ready. And I'm not saying this to put anybody down. I'm saying somebody like me, you know how long it took me? My kids are out of school. The demand for money in my life is so low that the temptation to be corrupt will not carry me anywhere. My kids are all grown. A young person who is just beginning life, who doesn't even have a house, who has young children to pay school fee for, they may have strong will and be ethical, but the demand or the temptation to be unethical is higher on them than an older person who is established and who is experienced. Right? So to me, it's not a matter of competing with young people, right? It's for us selecting the person who is best qualified at a given time to do a given job.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nyanue. Let me go to the caller. Thank you for being so patient. He was responding to questions. All right, 267 number 4369. Caller, what's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Gabriel Myers.
Okay, Mr. Myers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for hanging in that he was responding to questions, so we couldn't interrupt you. Okay, how is it? How everything, my man?
Well, we set that in place. Thank God, I'm doing good.
Okay, just hold on 1 second here. This is what you tweet here prior to this call here. Nyanue is the right person at the time for the position. This man meets all qualifications to lead and defend our people. He wants to teach people how to fish rather than giving their hand out. Our people need education. Simply put. Okay. So I just judging from this tweet here, I could make an educated guess here. I don't want to go there, but tell me here, what's your call? What's the reason of your call?
This opportunity to commend Mr. Nyanue for such a great, presentation, and also to his continuing effort towards our people. I just want to say this: our people, it is about now time for our people to wake up. And because some of us progressively push our opinions, we tend to come out to be defensive. But damn, man, our people need some education. When I was listening to the lady who talked about because on Dodi line, you ever say with Dodi, we can't see each other blood. So as you take somebody and put them there who does not meet the qualification, it's very saddening. It's about downtime for our people to rise up, because Mr. Nyanue is a visionary. Mr. Nyanue is a man who is thinking into the future and who is not into this race for himself or his family. Since I've been following him and listening to what he has to say, look, let's give this man the opportunity to go in the house, because we need competent people. We need competent people to represent us at this time. We're in the 21st century. Now, my question to Mr. Nyanue is this. When I listen to him, Liberia is all about political line. And I listened to Mr. Nyanue, who said he's not part of any political party. Because most people in Liberia vote on party line. If in, United Party, or if in CDC kind of have their primary and push who they want to push to fill in this position. So I'm a little bit concerned to that. If you have not identified yourself with any party line, it means you're going into this race independently. And I'm just kind of concerned. Don't you see it necessary to align yourself with some political party to be able to gain to be able to gain their vote to help you towards this line rather than going as an independent?
All
That's
right.
my question.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Myers. Let me go to 515 number 5940. Are you there, caller?
Hello?
Yeah, 515-95440. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you, Mr. So. My name is Orita Toba, and I'm calling from SD.
Okay.
Yeah. Before I ask my question, I have a question to Mr. Nyanue. First of all, I want to really say thanks to Mr. Nyanue for speaking on education. You know, when somebody is speaking on education, it really touched me because, as we all know, during those days in Gedeh County, we the women, if you coming on as a young girl, beautiful, your parents will, prefer you to go and marry. And when they're giving you up to somebody who is educated.
Mm.
So definitely you will be there like a house girl because you're not educated, you don't know where to turn and where to go, which happened to myself. You see? But my question here is, in America here we have a school what they call English and Second Language, which is ESL. And the American people today, they help people that never even sit in class, or maybe you are a high school dropper, or you never even go to school in your life. They open that door for people to learn. And in Liberia, we call it other electric school, if I may be right. But today, most of those people that are running in Gedeh County, they never one day thought of education, especially in Gedeh County. We have a lot of beautiful women, that are sitting there, and there's none of those people that ever thought of the other electric school or even opening other electric school. So, Mr. Nyanue, you're talking about education. Have you ever thought of the women of Gedeh County, what you can do to benefit them tomorrow when it comes to education? I'm not talking about those that already have their degree. I'm talking about those that never even sit in class or even don't have a degree.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Nyanue, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. These are the concerns of the people. I'm sorry we have to go this way, but
no, but they are legitimate concern. Alfonso, they are legitimate concern.
Okay.
They're legitimate concern. I was in Nyanue. I was in Opuan. And then I had this conversation with them, and I was talking about agriculture and education. And there was a lady in the group. And she said to me, Mr. Nyanue, she said, the thing you talk about education, it touched my heart. She said, you see me here? She said, I was going to school in Zwedru. She said, I started in the 10th grade. But here I am here, I'm making fun. So it's my children's future that you're talking about. And the things you're talking about, young girls growing in Zwedru. My dear, I grew up in Zwedru. I experienced those things. I got sisters. My wife that I'm married to now, I say we've been married for almost 40 years. She went to school in Zwedru. She graduated from Bishop Julie High. We were boyfriend and girlfriend in high school. In high school. And I know the pressure she was under. So I know this. There's a documentary about Fidel Castro when they had the Cuban Revolution. Fidel Castro came and said every Cuban must be able to read and write. So he called out the Cuban young people.
Responding to questions, okay?
He called out the Cuban young people and he said, each one teach one. A lot of Cuban university students stopped school for one year. And it was like a Cuban Peace Corps program. They were assigned the villages. So you go to Cuba today, the literacy rate is high. So one of the things I said from the beginning that I want to do on my platform, you will see, I want to work with Grand Gedeh diaspora. Because you people who are here, you have expertise. That if we were provided the opportunity, you can go back home, not go back home to stay. But we can organize a program, a 6-week program, or 2 weeks program, where some of you can come home with your expertise in the medical field, with your expertise in education. And then we can organize so you get out there. You see, and that's why when they talk about the young man who are talking about scholarship business, you see, if I were to give scholarship, you see, I'm not going to give, you see, because sometimes we can confuse the word scholarship when we actually mean grant. Because scholarship is for scholars, right? But grant is based on people's need. You know, I went to Rex Institute on a scholarship. And you know what I did in Rex Institute the first year that I was there? I was in the kitchen. I was washing dishes after everybody eat. Then my second year, they put me in the classroom. When all my friends then leave, several were on the scholarship, then we'll sue the classroom. Then the third year, I was in the Dean of Discipline office. I had to clean the office and wax that floor every week, once a week. It was only my last year that they put me in library or manager for the library. We need to teach our young people to work. So if I give money to the community college, for example, and say I want, select 5 people, and I'm not even going to select them. Let the community college select them. But let them work for the money. Let them do something on campus. So this thing you're talking about, yes, we need to do it. And we need to work with our people. That's why I'm talking about Grand Gedeh funding is niche. What it is that we as people from Grand Gedeh can say, this is what the people of Grand Gedeh are known for. Let them say they are known for being educated, that their old man they can read. But it requires us to work together. It requires us to work together. And it requires us to be strategic. And that's the word again that you hear a lot from me. To be strategic in the way we invest our resources. The content development fund, how do we use it? We're supposed to use it to meet our priority strategic needs. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. So I agree with you 100%. That's why, I'm telling people my wife and I are a team. God willing, I win. I will spend a lot of my time in Monrovia. Right now, when I go back to Liberia, I'm like a bachelor, but I'll be a bachelor for some time. Because my wife will spend most of the time in Grand Gedeh when I win. And my wife knows what it means to grow up in Zwedru and your parents on the farm and all these men are after you. My wife knows that. So that's a very good question. That's very important. I have a lady on my team, Pastor Williams. This is her heart. This is her heart, is to do this. And then Gabriel asked, why don't I join a political party? That's a good point, Mr. Myers. But the thing is, if you look at the electoral history in Liberia, it's not true that Liberians vote on party line. Otherwise, Zoben will not be representative for Grand Gedeh. This may be independent for how long? The first sedition to win a seat in the legislature in Grand Gedeh was Marsha Dennis, right? Then George Bullekin, I don't know which party he ran on. And I'm even getting right now because, one of the parties is in Zwedru and they're trying to get people to run in their ticket. I mean, I just talked to my people in Zwedru today and that conversation is being had. But no, I think our people generally, you see, and that's why political parties look for people that their people want to run on their ticket. See, a lot of these people all the people who want to get on CDC ticket right now, they're not seditions for a long time. It's right now they want to join CDC ticket. Right? But CDC is looking for somebody that the people want and that can win. So okay. Our people run on the basis of the individual, not necessarily party. I think the party team might come later on in the future, but it's on the basis of individuals. That's what the history has shown.
Okay, let me go to a few other questions here quickly here. We'll soon be wrapping up here, and I'm going to be getting reaction here. But let me go to this number here, 402 number 53898. Caller, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Mr. So, my name is Edwin Topike, a son of the Wichita Barton District, and I join you this afternoon from the state of Nebraska.
Nebraska. I hope you get our immigration paper, everything okay when we want to go back.
Everything is fine on the side.
I know. Okay. All right. Go ahead, my man. Good to be good. Yeah. Yeah.
I just have a very short question here for the honorable in studio.
Mm-hmm.
I've been believe he has the dream of becoming a senator one day. So with all of his plans, all of the platform that he has, for Grand Gedeh, I just want to know, has he any time share with any of those who have said of now still serving, put it before then and say, this is the plan I have for Grand Gedeh, and I want to share this with you. Has he done that and see if none of these people will see if the platform makes sense for Grand Gedeh and see if they can add on that, or he just has his own idea, keeping it until he becomes sending top people, in acting into those platforms. Has he ever shared with Marshall Dennis or whoever that is in power right now?
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my question.
Okay. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you so much. Let me go to New Jersey. I believe here 609 number 5976. Caller, what's your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, Mr. Soul. How you guys doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, thanks to your studio guest. I think he mean well for the people of Grand Gedeh. I don't know him.
Call your name for an hour, man.
Know him.
Yeah.
I'm Yaki Williams calling from.
Okay, Mr.
New
Williams.
Jersey.
Thank you for being part of the conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah. And the reason why I got concerned is that I got a lot of friends from Grand Gedeh than any other county that my friends are from. I don't know which country I come from, but I'm a Liberian.
Are you kidding me? You don't know which country you come from?
Okay.
You're from Duko, right?
Yeah. So, they come from Southeast and things and that, they don't really concern us because we grew up wearing the Masquerado.
Okay, go ahead.
My issue is
go ahead quickly. We're gonna be wrapping up here.
You got heart and dream for Grand Gedeh, but I want to caution him and give him few words of encouragement and advice. I want him to do more research as to how many concessions have been signed with regards to Grand Gedeh that as the domicile for those companies that sign concessions going to Grand Gedeh, and what's the impact those concessions have made on the people of Grand Gedeh. And another thing, leave Cuba revolutionary situation out of the issue of Grand Gedeh, because there will be a lot of calling and pulling, because the Cuban history is not so unique for the people of Cuba. And we see what's happening now, about their whatever, each one, which was an indoctrination of the people of Cuba against capitalism. And we see what the Communist Manifesto have done to that great country that should be great economically. So leave that out. But you got heart, you got Grand Gedeh. They need education, but they will give you hard time because they will be demanding much more other things, which is you call quick impact project. I mean, what you do for all right now.
Yeah, okay. Go quickly now. I'm out of time here. So we're going to be, what's the question? Just put the Jackie on the question.
Not question, but just caution and some of those advice. That's
okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much. They're going to be the last caller for the day. Let me go to 206 number here, 7571, and that's the last caller for the date. And I'm going to be getting a quick reaction from somewhere from an unknown destination. 206 number 7571. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead quickly. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Anyway, my name is Matthew Boylan. I'm calling from Washington State, Seattle.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm concerned, although I'm not from Grand Gedeh, I'm from San County, but my dear brother who just trying to run for senator, I mean, I think he got a good ideas for the Grand Gedeh, and also, my brother who just from the line, he had a strategic point. All right, as you want to become a leader, when the other person is in charge, give your ideas to who is in charge at that moment. So when the person doesn't implement your advice that you gave to them, then you can come in and implement all your advices. But I think this brother who's trying to run, he got a good platform. But in doing so, he should have worked with the other person in power, to show that collective ideas.
So how you know that he didn't work with them? The way he say he should have, the way Napo Hook on there. Oh, you're on the market that he faced at 8 all the city. You're right.
No, but I know. Listen, the
I just pulling your leg, my man. You go ahead, oh, man.
The men are trying to run, saying that I think we got a good platform. That's how we're going to do things. Don't give the person money free. Let them work for the money. If you want a scholarship, work for it.
All right.
And I pray to God that I think you got a good platform for Grand Gedeh.
All right. And I want to encourage you all. This is not Grand Gedeh affair. This is a national cause. And we want to encourage people when we bring Grand Gedeh man, we bring Nima man, we bring Riverside man, let Liberian call and ask. And anybody will say, why are you not from Grand Gedeh? Why are you calling it? They're not Grand Gedeh been there. Who know? I mean, man, you later, who know whether you want to be president of the Republic of Liberia. So they're not Grand Gedeh been there on here.
Over there.
You're from Sano, that you're the one get that culture on Capitol Hill that you can ask for joy, right? Mission TJ is a disgrace. You need to. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This guy was convicted, and he's the same thing he took from Sano. No, wait, let's not distract this conversation. Thank you. Let me go to my guest to respond to that question. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Nyanue, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, that's the last call out of the day. Then I'm going to be getting the. Oh my goodness, these people still calling. I don't think I'm getting the message here. You are already past your time from your people closer to you. So we can't finish all here. Maybe we can, even in Liberia, we can still connect with you. Not a big deal. So just respond to this question, and then I will give you the chance to make your final closing argument.
The last caller and the first caller really have the same thing, and that is, where I have shared my ideas with the people who are in the legislature today. So I will answer that question later. Let me answer the other one that talks about concession sign and then the Cuban Revolution. I think the point that I was trying to make with the Cuban Revolution is about program and not content. They're two different things. The program is get the young people to go out there and teach the older people. What do you teach them is the content. So the Cuban Revolution may have indoctrinated their people. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a strong word, but the idea is that the young people were so motivated by what Castro asked for that they were willing to sacrifice to go do it. So I am saying we need to energize our people and make them also excited to go out there and teach our people. What they teach them is for us to determine. That is the content of the program. And I'm saying the content of that program to make sure that our people who missed out on the opportunity, because those days, I mean, my sister who called the other time, I just simply, women are heavy on my heart because I know what my sister then went through. Those days, if you got pregnant, if you're a girl, you got pregnant, they pull you out of school. The boy who pregnanted you still goes to school. So a lot of our young girls drop out of school because they got pregnant. And today, they start in 3rd grade, they start in 4th grade, they start in 5th grade. If the opportunity is there for them to learn how to read and write, then we should take advantage of it. I think that's the point that you were making. That's the point that I'm making. How many of us are willing to make the sacrifice to say, I will go back to Grand Gedeh for 2 weeks every year and be involved in the adult literacy program? Pro bono, Mr. Nyanue, when I come, just make sure I'm able to get around and maybe your place to sleep. But I will get my own ticket and I'll come and I'll be involved in it. That's what I want. That is what we need to do to bring our people up who missed out on the opportunity. And if a lot of us are recruited to this program over 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever the length of time is, will improve our literacy rate. We will not wait for NGOs, because that's a big thing in Liberia. We're waiting for NGOs. And there are things that we can do for ourselves that we must do. And this is one of them. And you talk about concession sign, that's a critical question. Because you know what? I didn't know until recently that we even have concession agreements in Liberia, in Grand Gedeh, in the forest sector. I was in the Putu area before I found out. Because I found the 2 logging companies that are logging in Putu. And the people that are complaining. Unfortunately, they were not able to give me a copy of the agreement for me to look at. But that's a key area. You know how is Nima and Bon and Grand Bassa, how are they developing their social development money? Just the other day, I think Nima got $1.5 million from Estella Mattel. What is Grand Gedeh getting from the logging companies? I didn't see any office for them in Zwedru. If you're going to do management, we're going to manage our forest in Putu, you must have an office in Zwedru. Why are we not insisting that be done? That would provide employment for a few people there in Zwedru. There's not an office. So that is critical. And this is what we need to do. So you see my platform, this is one plank in my platform. How do we manage our forest and mineral resources so that the country can benefit? Then the other question was about whether I share my idea with people. I did share my idea, my brother. When my friend Abu Gasha PVP to his soul, when he was president of Grand Association, I was chairman for a planning committee. And one of the first things that I did was to do a survey among the people of Grand Gedeh. Oh man, Yancy Peter Flam, peace be to his soul. My friend Jackson one day. We did a survey. I still got a survey result here, and we wrote an exhaustive report. We said, what are Grand Gedeh's needs? And what do we need to do to meet those needs? And we published that document here at the convention in Chicago. When Ome Barbara then came to the US, we made it public to them, gave it to them. When they said they signed an agreement for the Putu mine, there was a lot of confusion in Grand Gedeh, in Liberia. Our people that were complaining that the agreement was lopsided. Mara Kana was then, Mrs. Kana was then the president of the Grand Gedeh Association. My term had expired. And she called me. She said, Bill, you hearing what they say? I said, yeah, we got to do something about it. So she said, I will send for the agreement. And then I will put a committee together so we can review it. She put a committee together. I wrote the report for that review. We send that document to our leaders in Liberia. It's collecting dust today. No, so that's why I said that here in Illinois, I didn't start here in Illinois as leader for this group. I was chaplain. It's not for me, it's about Grand Gedeh. That's why when I came to Monrovia, I said, but how come the streets in Monrovia got name and the streets in Zwedru didn't get name? So you're like, do something about it. How come our young people, when they graduate from high school, they come to LU, they can stay 4-5 years 5-6 years for a program that is supposed to be 4 years. So let's go back there and tell the young people what to expect when they come here. My life has always been about Grand Gedeh, not about me. And to me, it doesn't matter who implement the ideas. As long as Grand Gedeh is competitive, that's my thing. So anybody who comes to me, or if I have an opportunity to have a conversation with you, I will tell you what is on my mind, and how I think we can help.
Okay, Mr. Tawolem G. Nyanue, the former national president of the Grand Gedeh Association, to what a hectic and basic Sunday afternoon here. It was good to really hang out with me here from the New England Bureau. Let me welcome the friend and brother Kwame Opa Weeks, the Director General of the Liberian New Agency. Is there any specific questions that was out here I didn't ask, and perhaps you want to something you want to address before we let you go?
You know what, Alfonso? I think this has been good. I think the questions were all relevant. I think they talk about the issues that are relevant to Grand Gedeh. And I think we need to spend more time on this educational program, because you see, the thing that we are talking about is Grand Gedeh's current situation and Grand Gedeh's future. And if Grand Gedeh is not competitive, we can't say that our people. We also have to do our part. Those of us who feel that we know better and that we can help our people, we need to invest in our people. So I want to thank you for having me here.
Okay, well, folks, that does it. But we're going to be having a quick, immediate post-interview reactions. I'm not going to Grand Gedeh. I'm going to go there, but I'm going to go somewhere neutral to get dissenting views. Our intention at LPR is to hold all accountable. Whether you're from Grand Gedeh, you're from Sano, you're from Maryland, because potentially it's these people from Capitol Hill, they want to go on the 8th floor or 10th floor or 11th floor, whatever it is. But we must make sure and do everything. Mr. Nyanue, I want to thank you so much. Hopefully, even if you are back here, we will still be in touch. And please let your exploratory team know, or your campaign, when satisfied by NEC, we are available. Our correspondent is in Zwedru. The group is fully running inside Liberia. Whatever you want us to do, let us know, and we will keep this conversation going. And please, if you can share that your blueprint with us, it will help us, because all of the people that are coming, at least you display something, so I must give you the credit. But all the people that kind of go, they low in the air, they can't dance, so we're going to do that. The next day you ask them, they can't even remember. That's so ridiculous. Mr. William Nyanue, thank you so much and for your time here tonight. Hopefully, we wish you the best of all luck and in your political quest. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you, Alfonso. Thank you.
All right. So, folks, that's it here, but stay tuned, and I'm going to be getting a quick reaction now. And, that's how we're going to do it here. This evening, I'm Alfonso Z. and so of the Liberia Public. Okay, quickly, let me just go to Phoenix, Arizona, where Moses Bole is standing by, joining me here now on this important discussion. It's all about Liberia. I don't see it as granted. Bole is a very critical thinker like myself. For the most part, we agree on things. Steve, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Soul. Thank you so much for having me on.
Okay, you've been tweeting. I think this is what we're supposed to be doing to critique, to look at these people who are seeking these elected position. You follow most of my interview with some of those folks, aspirant from Gedeh County, and that of Mr. William Nyanue. The tweet that I've seen out from you today, that was not a tweet that I saw in the last time around.
Yes, Mr. So, before I dive into your question here, I'd like to start off by saying, as usual, the Liberian people are the most important people on earth. It doesn't matter which county you come from. What matters is our ability to be able to work together, But I also believe Liberian women are the most beautiful women on earth. I want to extend my sympathy to the people of Arizona and to the Grenjinian community at large in the United States and back home, and to the Gallo family, because just yesterday she's my sister-in-law. We lost Emilia Gallo Myers here in Arizona, and it's been a tough time. It's been a difficult times, but we are in prayers. We're in support with the family, and we're going to do what we can do to support the family in this time. But yeah, let's get to your question. I think, and it's interesting how you pick up that comment, because normally I don't comment on people, but I think I saw something different about this candidate. I don't know him. I've never interacted with him before. I don't. And I'm not here to flatter anybody, because I owe no relationships or anything to anyone, and my loyalty is not to a person. But I think he sparked some things that, let me say this. This will be a controversial statement, but let me make this statement. I think he's the mature, honest version of Darius Dillon. I'll say it again. He is the mature, honest version of Darius Dillon.
I've never heard this from you before.
Yes, I would advise the Grenjinians to give him a serious take and note. Let me tell you why. He says some things that I've not heard a typical politician say. And he did something that's very unorthodox. The fact that he is not rushing to align himself to any political party speaks volume to me. I see that neutrality in him, and I see seriousness in him. Let me tell you one of the things he said. He talked about people in the houses, whether the lower house or upper house, trying to portray themselves as good people by enumerating some of the generous things they've done. Well, he made a very mature comment by saying, yes, it is okay for leaders to be generous. Yes, it is the right thing to do. That's part of leadership, to be generous. But yet, you cannot use that same generosity as a campaign move, or as a move to say, because I did this, so I deserve to be re-elected. Well, if you did that for few families, what have you done generally to benefit the people? So I've been listening to him, and I see him as very serious-minded, and I see him as someone who needs to be considered very seriously, as opposed to the other candidates that I've listened to. When I listened to George Bulley, I listened to Thomas Yaya Nimlin when he came on the other time, and everybody is justifying why they fought in the war, why they committed atrocity in the war. They're not saying, yes, I did wrong, we did wrong, and I'm sorry. How can we make this right? They're not making the case. Rather, they're being very defensive.
There was no remorse.
No remorse at all. So this is to tell you that they feel more entitled than working with the people. So that means if you were to give them power, they will oppress these people as well. So I want to see this man as a very serious man. This candidate that was on, he's very serious. And I wish and hope that the people of Grand Gedeh can pay attention to him. He's very serious. He struck me. He's very serious.
Yeah, but Moses, how will we deal with this sort of? You listen to some of the excerpts of the sampling that we did, and people they have not even heard anything from the candidates, and they say, "Well, we get a taboo. You know what taboo means? We get a taboo." So that sort of covenant is already been sound. How can we break that chain if we have thousands of those people to tie themselves to that sort of covenant? How can we break that? This is not only Grand Gedeh affair. Who knows what other group get taboo in Nima, in Maryland, in Sino, and all over the place.
I think Grand Gedeh broke the record in Liberia. Grand Gedeh broke the record in Liberia, and they can set the record again. Let me give you a typical example. Grand Gedeh broke the record of indigenous and country people by producing the first indigenous president. That was a record breaking for our history in Liberia. Grand Gedeh can break the record again by taking a leap of faith to now vote in a traditional and custom way they have been voting in. So let's take, for example, the people of Montserrat took a serious gamble when they voted in Darius DeLong. Let's take a serious gamble with this man. Look, Mr. So, the level of sincerity this man portrayed just in a few minutes I listened to his communication in the session shows to me that he's serious-minded. He is very serious-minded, and I think he should be considered. He should be looked at very carefully, as opposed to the George Bole, the Yaya Nimle, and others that came on that feel more entitled and not remorseful. So I think Grand Gedeh too can do the right thing by doing this unorthodox change, changing the trajectory of the country, changing the voting trajectory like we did, like Grand Gedeh, because Grand Gedeh is Liberia, and all of us, regardless what county you are from, you have some ties with every Liberian. So I believe we can change this again. We can go back to the status quo, change the status quo, and Mr. Soul, let me say this. In as much that we think that if we continue to do the same thing, we'll get a different result, it doesn't work like that. That's not how life is. Life is reality. Let's take a leap of faith. Let's bring a change. Let's bring something different. Let's do the same thing that the people in Montserrat did. They chose Darius DeLong. Darius DeLong came out, and at least he's been portraying some good politics to some extent, holding this government accountable, exposing some things within the Senate. Yes, we want that. Let's test this man's ability. Not only through the campaign. You saw what he did when he came on here. He provided to some extent some blueprints. He was not just talking off the sky. He was not. I'm listening to him. I'm following him. I don't know who he is, but I'll follow him very carefully to follow some of his past records. But I think he's a serious-minded candidate.
Where did you think he fell? What do you think he slipped in this process?
Well, I think one of his biggest challenges would be maybe I would say
Wilson, hold on one second, Steve. Wilson, you gotta open your camera out. I'm not seeing your camera, unfortunately. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, go ahead.
I think one of his biggest challenges would be his ability to connect with the people and the voters on ground in terms of portraying his message. You see, for me in the diaspora, I'm easily able to connect with his message. I think his ability to refine his message so that it's suitable to the people on ground, so that it's much appealing and they feel part of it. So let's take, for example, when DeLong started his campaign, one of the things DeLong did not do was to promise these people anything. But one of the things DeLong did was not only to walk to them during the campaign, he went there and told them exactly what he will do in the context of his means. So he did not promise them car, he did not promise them this, he did not promise them that, yet he promised them that he would address the mental health issue in Liberia. He would also prioritize going there to be or going to the house to be a peaceful destabilizer, willing to work with the people who want to do the right thing and willing to point out the wrong. He will continue to speak. So I think one of the things I didn't see from this candidate is he needs to get more vocal, more involved with the people. Let the people get to know him, more vocal. The vocalization in Liberia is very important in body politics. And so I would say to him, he needs to invest in his PR.
You are clinician, you are a critical thinker here. You seem to tie in all of these things here to give it analysis. Do you see him as another version, perhaps if elected as Darius DeLong type?
I do. I do, most likely, but I think one of the things that he has to do also is broaden the spectrum, his spectrum, in terms of not just restricting it to the politics of Grand Gedeh, appealing to every Liberian while incorporating and prioritizing Grand Gedeans. That will send a very serious signal to the nation that he's seriously minded, and not only that, but he's a suitable candidate for any next step to be considered, and that will push political parties, other leaders in the country to take him seriously.
Okay, Moses, don't go away. Let me bring in this liberal progressive. What are you smiling for, Samson Toll? I'm not hearing you. You got to open your mic.
Yeah, Mr. So, I told you what was going to happen. And I'm so happy, so elated right now. I can't dance. Mr. Nyanue not only performed, but he did extremely well explaining. And I think if you want to look at, go and replay this program, and you will understand why this liberal progressive is so happy. This young man came out, not only did he tell you what I'm going to do, but what he has done in the past. Some of the things that motivate him to try to help. This man doesn't need to say, I want money. He's coming in to help, to move not only Grand Gedeh, but Liberia to the next level. So I'm happy. And this is the man that I support. And I support him fully. And many of us that are supporting him are very pleased right now. Pleased with his performance this evening. And I want to thank God for that.
Wow. I've never seen the liberal to be so excited at this.
Well, Mr. So, I mean, just look at what happened. He came and started very explicit, telling you exactly when you're asking a question, how did you get involved in the Grand Gedeh Association? And he started from the time he left during the war, how he was affected by people, by other Liberians, almost killed him. Those things stay with you for life. How do you now repay your own spirit? How do you redeem yourself? And this is what Nyanue is doing. He came into Grand Gedeh Association and moved it. I was involved in Grand Gedeh Association from the beginning. You know, we were part of the Constitution Committee, but you can't compare at that time, what we were doing was just, okay, bring it on. We'll take it with you. But Mr. Nyanue came in and said it's not about fighting. It's about intellectual engagement. Engage ourselves with fellow Liberians so they will understand the current position that we are not warlords. We don't just go around killing people. And this is what Nyanue did to Grand Gedeh Association. And Grand Gedeh Association in America, under Mr. Nyanue Wash, was #1 in the entire country with the Liberian Diaspora Organization. Grand Gedeh Association under Mr. Nyanue Wash was envied by many Liberian organizations. So this is what he's going to do back in Liberia. So I'm happy. And I will be on the ground. Let me dance a little bit. Yeah, I'm so happy.
This is unbelievable. Steve, that's how the liberal behaves. And that's exactly what Samson I told you. So Samson, before I go to Steve here, you agree with me. You wanted to be part of this conversation, but I deny you because there will be.
Yeah. Good
so
for you. You are a good journalist.
I can bring you in.
Me being a supporter, if I was to be on, your show might not have the kind of credibility that. So you kicked me out intentionally because I was. You told me go ahead and get dressed. I will get, and then you blocked me after I've been dressed for almost 2 hours. You blocked me. That's okay. But my main focus, Mr. Nyanue did extremely well. Nobody gonna complain.
Okay, all right. So let me see here. We're gonna get more reaction here. That's Wilson. Didi Wilson Body is the exploratory chairperson here. I'll see you, Mr. Body. You're laughing. This seems to be a good start from your Kennedy.
Yes, I know so, Mr. So. All you need to know is to hear from Mr. Nyanue. And whatever we have said here, he confirmed all that we have said. And truly, we want all Grand Gedeans, if we want to change the course, we should vote Mr. Nyanue. We should let him go. We should not. We should elect him. Yeah.
So, Steve, you talk about connection, and that is very crucial because the electors, there is no question. Mr. William Nyanue, he served as president of this union. There's a track record in terms of his leadership style and how he structured the organization for the organizations to be a structured, well-institutional group here. That's okay. But the folks in Grand Gedeh, you listen to some of the recording. I'm not sure that what I'm going to resonate. I think that's where the challenge will be. So how do you think he can navigate through that process here? What means those people are used to hand out? Steve got a post link on top of the house that is leaking. Steve got to give this other back of rice. They are thinking about what they're going to get today. They are not looking at what tomorrow going to bring because they understand these politicians. And when they go on Capitol Hill, all of their phone numbers change, and we want to see these dark cars and the tires rolling on it. So the apprehension is within them. How do you think Nyanue and his campaign can break through that chain? Zopeno has been there. He's been in the House of Representatives. So he's an established, known character. We forget about what he's did. But listen to what some of the people said. There is a taboo. That blood covenant is there. How can he break through that chain?
I think from a strategic standpoint, there are two major things. I'll say, two major things he needs to do. The first thing that he needs to do is, first of all, communication is very important in this particular thing. He needs to get up, get out, not only today. He must be new, both here and back home. He must connect with the people back home, speak to them, not only on a daily basis, appear on radio shows, get in the media, make sure his presence is felt. Even if he's here for now, he hasn't gone back yet, let his presence be made known. But most importantly, here is what he needs to do. Here's what Mr. Nyanue needs to do. And if I were part of his strategic team, is he needs to engage the women and the young people, specifically the women. Let me say this. Mr. Nyanue, biggest win will come from his ability to win the love of the women. And I'll say this again, to win the love and the admiration of the women. Not forgetting about the young people. But the reason I am not so focused on the young people is because the young people, he said something that was important that caught my attention again. Most of the young people, whether in the diaspora or back home, most of the young people are our problems now because they're not trustworthy. They have not been trained. They don't understand some of these things. Everybody just want to run. When somebody come here to talk good, few people come behind and say, the man can be president. Then they jump up and put it behind and say, the person can be president. The person go there to make noise. That's not it. People need to be trained. Not only that people need to be trained, people need to be prepared. So he must connect with the women. Let him get the full support of the women. Okay,
let me get a reaction here. Caller, are you there? Caller, are you there? 817 number. Hello, 817, are you there? 817, are you there? 817, are you there? Okay. Yeah, somebody was talking what they needed to get, I believe, once Antonin saying, can we get an opposing view? Of course, I call. Let me see this number here. Hello, caller, are you there? Well, I'm not hearing you. Caller, are you there? Hello? 817, you need to check your number, please.
Okay.
Yeah, are you there? I'm not sure. What are you driving? 817, are you there?
Hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, I want to say thanks for this program today. Mr. Nyanue did a very good job.
What's your name, sir? Where are you calling from?
My name is Benson Mason. I'm calling from Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay.
What people did not hear and what Mr. Nyanue was really saying is that this is a program that he's thinking about for Liberia. Yeah, he was specific with Grand Gedeh, but he was giving everybody a platform for Liberia. Take care of the youth, take care of the women, take care of the people, the district, and the country you're from, and you will be serving Liberia. he did a beautiful job. But what I hated most were people who were writing comments and asking him if he shared his idea with the incumbent. Has the incumbent exhausted his platform that he gave to the people? If you haven't exhausted your platform, you can solicit ideas. You got something, you promised the people something. You have not done it. Then you are asking, then people are asking, have you shared your ideas? What about the one that these incumbents run on? I mean,
it reminds me of one of the candidates. Even though you put me there too, but you also tell me to what is also send your idea. Are you serious? How you got there? I don't want to hear the idea.
Mr. So,
doing X, Y, Z. You never started X. You never finished Y. You got Z there unfinished.
Okay.
Now here is gone. Then why are you telling me? Look, I wish this brother get the opportunity. I wish Grenadians will give this brother the opportunity to go there and represent them. In that case, we have something to hold him for, and we know he will deliver.
It sounds like it sounds like you get Grenadian friends, and you might be placing some phone calls, right?
Oh yeah, I will. Hey, I come my own Kennedy for 2020, so I'm not worried. That one I'll be pushing now.
You're kidding me. Okay, well, that's what our goal here, ultimate goal here at LPRs and other network here. We want the best out of the country. That's about it. All right, thank you so much. Okay, Ty, there seems to be a welcoming you, guys.
Yeah, yes, Mr. So let me just say something here very quickly to the young man, Mr. Steve, that was talking. The brother, Mr. Nyanue is well. When I came on here, you saw my enthusiasm. I'm very happy, but on a very serious note, Mr. Nyanue has been around, and some of us have worked with Nyanue for years and years. We know his capability. As far as his connecting to people, that's who he is. If I'm sorry that maybe this is your first interaction with Mr. Nyanue, but if you were to see him in person and engaging, it's just a matter of time before not that he has a power to dissuade you to come inside, but he will explain to you and he will not interrupt you. That's one thing about him. He will listen to you, your view. And if your view is in line with him, he will agree with you immediately. That's how he solves problems.
So, let me put you on the spot.
Now is his connection with women of Gedeh was tremendous. People love him, not only because he's a human being, which of course we are, but he loved to solve problems. Mr. Nyanue, of course, he's an engineer, so that's easy. But
okay, let me hold you right there. Let me hold you right there. Lebra, you are in my house, so don't think you're not going to run over me here. You know that when you're meeting me here, so don't even go there with me. Mr. Nyanue is an engineer. Samson Toe is an engineer. We've been dragging and been pulling and hauling Samson Toe to go. So if Mr. Nyanue is elected as the next senator,
I'm going to Total the next day. Don't even finish that one. Not only will I go to Total, but I will help on a very serious note. I will help with the construction of the road in Gedeh. I will help.
So why are you waiting for Nyanue? Why are you waiting for Nyanue alone before you help?
Because the people right now, they don't need me. The people over there, the people who using I call it front end loader to build road. Those are the people you want me to come and be with them. They will not listen to me.
Will you leave your 12? Will you leave your 12-year-old? Will you leave your 12-year-old to go?
Excuse me?
Will you leave your 12-year-old to go?
Mr. So, you and myself have been friends all day. Now you come to stop problem. I'm happy. I'm not going to fight with you right now because you're a conservative view. I'm not going to fight with you. I'm happy today. I want to leave it as that. Mr. Nyanue made me so proud. Made me happy. And I'm dancing in my shoe right now. So we'll leave it as that. But
okay.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to be wrapping oil being here for the most part. At Mr. Bali, you listen to Steve's analysis, and I'm seeing from the Twitter feed here, also people are saying that what's going to be the next strategy of this exploratory thing or the campaigns of William Nyanue?
Well, Mr. So, like I told you before, Our strategy is to inform our people, to educate our people. A lot of times you hear what they say, like the lady who spoke today said this person is minority, those kind of things. And the condition remain the same over and over and over and over. We need, when I say we, all of us, we need to go and educate our people. I heard somebody say Mr. Nyanue is soft just because he talks slow so that anybody, any child will understand what he's saying. Because he's not shouting. He's not talking above you. So then he's weak. That was, I don't know the definition of what it means when you're talking about somebody who understand you, then you're weak. But this guy is an intellectual. He will tell you, and you can argue with him. By the end of the day, you and him will be on the same page. If you make sense, he follows you. So our strategy would be to go after the youth, our parents, our age group, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to get to them.
Okay, Steve.
Whether we are here or we are back home, we're going to try to get to them. That's what we have to do.
Okay, before I go to Liberal Progressive, Steve, do you think the opposition to column by the CPP, the Collaborative Party, from all indications, Mr. Nyanue have told us he seems to be like a open field guy. The options are there. He has not decided which way to go. Who do you think should tap into him now? Is he in demand now politically, be it from the ruling party, collaboration, or the opposition? And if these two people were to approach him, that would be a volatile position to which direction to go.
I would caution Mr. Nyanue not to gauge both the CPP and the ruling party. And I know I do support the opposition, but I will caution in this open forum for him not to gauge either one of them. The reason is he has to build his own momentum. Not only that, he has to sell himself. He has to bring an alternative to the Liberian people. He has to bring that integrity, that hope, that enthusiasm, the new fever, the new wave of change that the Liberian people have long waited and expected. Instead of just rushing to a party, I would say to him, let him stand firm, let him stay cool, stay focused, and continue to run his campaign as he's doing. Let them come knocking at his door, and eventually, subsequently, maybe down the line, he can make a decision. As of now, I think it's too premature for him to jump with any one of them. Honestly speaking, that would be my advice to him.
When you say premature into this entire process, he should wait after the elections or any the timeline?
Not necessarily. I would say he needs to build up a relationship with his people, with the constituents that he would like to be voted by. I also said to him that he needs to make himself known to the Liberian people, not only the banner of CPP or the ruling party. Now, you have to bear in mind, though, that people have reservations about the CPP and the ruling party. One of the reasons that got my attention to Mr. Nyanue.
Weird for you to be pointing out the group that you support.
Yes. The reason is, Mr. So I've told you behind closed door. The day George Weah starts to do the right thing for the country, I will support George Weah. My loyalty is not to anybody. It is to Liberia. So I look for good people and I support good people. I support good initiatives. So I will say today that if he continues on this trajectory, Mr. Nyanue continues on this trajectory, I will freely offer my support to him as to not only help him strategically, but to also contribute to his campaign. You know why? We must support good things. We deserve good things and we deserve good people. And I think he can be the next face for Gedeh if we were to take him seriously.
I have not seen this other portion of Steve Bullitt. This is very weird and very unusual.
He got my attention. He did.
Liberal Progressive.
The young man just again bringing tears in my eyes because these are young people of Liberia. And I mean, he just told you, despite the fact that he support a particular political party, does not negate him being factual. And I really, really respect that. Mr. Bullitt, I think once Mr. Nyanue released his platform and you having to have your hand on it and read it, you will truly understand who this man is. The platform, I hope our brothers and sisters, once it comes out, that they will gravitate towards that. And I think it will be very helpful for people to understand exactly which way Nyanue is going with respect to Liberian politics and what have you. Now, Mr. So, again, I first of all, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. But they always say, the patient don't eat the fatter boom. You see, you were here giving us Tuesday. Your more count Tuesday. Who? We, the Nyanue people, will come to your show on Tuesday? We say no. Hey, your more count Monday. No, we want Sunday. We got Sunday, and Mr. Nyanue has displayed his intellectual level. That anybody want to challenge on your count? We ready? We ready? You see what the men have done today. Let's go ahead. You know, freedom people, when you tell the freedom man, you say he's shot. He say, yeah, bro. But let's make sure from the shoulder up. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, well, guys, we're going to be bringing the curtain down here very shortly here. But let me just go to all of you here to see. Let me get the final take. Wilson Barry, what's your final message for tonight before we will depart?
Yeah, my message tonight to my people, especially Grenadians, you know, when you become a senator, you are for Liberia. But this case is country specific, and so I'm talking to my people tonight. I want them to please take another look. Take a keen look. Don't do the same thing and expect the same result. I want them to come on board. Let's turn things around in our county. Let's have development. Let's have our roads. Let's have the kind of plans that the Honorable Albert T. White left in place, John Ransom left in place. Let's go and evaluate and redo those plans that we have for our county. A county itself, this register is not even connected. You can't go to Boyne Quarter. You got to pass around from the neighbor community. It's a shame. It's a shame. You can't even travel in the little city. It's a shame. So rethink your decision.
All right.
That's the message I have for them.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Badi. Okay, Steve, what is the message you're leaving with us? Not just on the Grenadians, but the Liberian people. This senatorial race is a consequential one. I predict this potentially could be the repeat of the last one, where only 2 senators were able to survive, Joel Howard Taylor, and that was Senator Prince Johnson. Liberians and people are outraged of what their leaders, elected leaders, the result produced so far. But again, nothing is uncertain in politics.
Well, I honestly think that we have to be very careful with this coming up election, because this senatorial election, it could, if not taken with caution and care and the right thing is not done, it could lead to some very serious problem in the country, to be very frank with you. The reason I'm saying this is because and I'll be a little political on this. I'm seeing both members of the ruling party and the opposition. I'm seeing them breaking the norms and the rules of the elections commissions even before heading to the election, which it's not the right thing to do. I understand there are anxiety, enthusiasm. Everybody wants the candidate to win, they want the person to win, but anything that is not done right is not done right. So I think we need to take caution, all of us. We need to tune down the rhetorics, and we need to stay focused on the issues and wait for the appropriate time and announcement of the next before we can start doing any kind of campaigning or so forth. I think if we do that, it will be the right thing. But I also think this is an opportunity for Liberians to start to set the trajectory of the country in the right path. That means vote in the right people who are up for the issue, and people who have the country at heart. Now, it doesn't matter, your political affiliation, but I will say to all Liberians, though, I'd want you to look at where the country is now and make a decision in your votes. If you think you like where the country is and you are realistic for your children and for the future, vote the same people. But if you think you want change, then let's bring in new people, like people who are seriously minded, people who have a platform, people who have the requisite requirements, who meet the requisite requirements, so that Liberia can move on. This thing has been so long. Let's do the right thing this time around. I want to caution every Liberian to be peaceful and also watch out for the COVID-19 file. Adhere to the guidelines from the healthcare practitioners and the authorities in Liberia, so that we can remain safe and we can save ourselves for the coming election in the next generation. Thank you, Mr. So, and I look forward to our formal interview. I know we always been missing each other, but
yeah,
I'm available. Let's plan and let's do it.
Yeah, and you sent me a message. Guess what? Representative Larry Yonkwe will be right here in the house tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We hope to reach in touch with D12 TV of Nima County as they have done in the past to realize that. Although, Steve, I want to thank you so much for your expertise and your willingness to always pop in. I don't care whether it was inconvenient, but thank you so much, my dear brother.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay. Let me bring in the Liberal Progressive of the Liberia Public Radio to right now, something Bronto. Okay, something.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I think the conversation, you see what I mean, the reason why I didn't bring you to this program, because you have diluted the taste of this program. You have brought in and insert the total ideology from Taiwan here, because you are supported, and that who have killed the substance of this discussion, right?
Okay, Mr. So I agree. Your judgment was better this time than mine. And so I give you
it
that.
has been in the past. You just been in denial of the fact. My
Mr.
judgment is
So,
always ahead of the game. My judgment's always concrete. My judgment is always.
Mr. So please don't push this day beyond the way. You know what? This is what I'm going to tell you this afternoon. I'm not going to fight with you. Whatever you say, I said.
What's the point of you getting into a fight when you know you can't even win the fight? What's the point of you getting into a fight?
Mr. So what do you mean I cannot win? Please don't push this. Your conservative view should not be pricking me all over. I said, okay, you win. Let me leave it alone. I will catch you another time. But today I'm happy. I don't want to dilute my happiness.
You
Please,
still
just leave it as it
not
is.
willing.
For
You're
your
still not
conservative
willing.
view, you go ahead and stay on it. But all I can tell you, Mr. Nyanue and May, you don't have to be a supporter. But as long as you're from Grand Gedeh, on a very serious note, I think you will say tonight that you're very happy to have people like Nyanue to speak on issue affecting our people back home. He spoke clearly.
You are still unwilling to concede. You are still willing to concede with me,
Mr. So. Okay, folks, this is Samson to the Liberal Progressive. Please forgive me that I'm going to be engaging this young man here this evening, because this has nothing to do with Mr. Nyanue at this point, because Mr. Nyanue have already done his job and we're all happy. But I need to address my little brother for a minute. Mr. So, here's what I want you to take. You and the rest of the conservative cannot make it with this Liberal Progressive. You locked me out because you knew very well that if I were to come on your show, the liberal view were going to overtake your conservative view. So you locked me up. This is what you did to me. You know, okay, big brother, go ahead and get dressed. Come on, I will bring you on. And then when I came, you locked me up. Now, why would you do that to a Liberal Progressive? Now, this is what I'm talking about, you conservative. When you people are ready to claim the ladder, and then you bring the ladder up, you don't want anybody else to claim. This is what you do.
This is the point that you miss. In professional journalism, to create a balance and make news proportionate, use something liberal told from California, from Totan that based in California with Nancy Pelosi. You have taken a definitive position where you're going to be leading, where your support is going. Do you think in my right mind I will bring something to here to kill the substance of my conversation, to count spoon feed Mr. Nyanue with questions? Do you think I'm going to do that in the first place?
Yes, so I do have the ability to compartmentalize issues. I do have the ability to literally remove myself from a specific position while I am still projecting the image of journalists. I do have the ability to do so. So if you're doubting me, then I think you are on the wrong footing.
I question your honesty. I question your sincerity when you have already taken side, and then I come and bring you on my show. Come on, give me a break. Can you?
So this is what you do. You do not understand the Liberal Progressive. As a liberal, you look at things from a broad perspective. And if you're going to support an idea,
in a bias
also have to be sure that this idea benefits the majority of the group. And this is what I do.
In a bias contest, right?
No. To bring me up.
Supposedly, let's pretend Bill Nyanue to William Nyanue is still here. What would be your first question to ask? You are just going to come preach you are just going to be another sour group. You are going to be another sour group.
On a very serious note, this is what I would have done to you this evening. Here is the pamphlet that was written.
He's not even sure. Why are you showing me?
Well, I'm showing you something. I was going
Are you displaying this formula case show?
Oh, yeah, we go. No, this is let me tell you who William Nyanue is. William Nyanue, not only does he have an idea for branching the content, but these are things that William Nyanue have been doing for years and years. Let me read something to you very quickly.
How sure are you what you're reading there is from in that booklet? Or are you making up something here?
No, you're not going to accept it and then see it. But let me read it. Let me read this. To serve as a political action organization that will encourage and support the development of viable political parties in Liberia. It seeks to stimulate and encourage political education.
So let me ask you.
Endowment of all Liberians.
Let me ask you.
You know what year was? No. You know what year this was? You know what year this was? 2005. Mr. Nyanue have always.
Why have you been keeping this since 2005? Why have you been keeping it?
Right, that business. Why I keep it? I keep it that business.
You are a Liberty partisan, right? Are you still?
Yes. Are you do the register?
I learned your registration is being revoked.
Are you kidding me? I'm a Liberty Party USA. I'm not Liberty Party Liberia. Liberty Party USA.
So all your partisan stuff is right here there in Sacramento, California. It can't even get out of the airport. Is that what you're telling me?
Mr. So, I've attended political party with my leadership, including Councilor Bronsky.
Where?
Years and years and years. We've been doing it.
Where?
Las Vegas.
You're supposed to be going to Liberia. That's where election take place. Don't tell me La Vegas.
So I'm not in Liberia. I will drink wine for this coming election.
You go there to go drink wine to have a nice time, and your presence is not fair, and you telling me La Vegas? Is that the only place you can go?
I'm going to Liberia for this election to campaign for my candidate.
Are you taking William Nyanue to Liberty Party?
I'm not too sure if William Nyanue want to be I'm not going to take anybody to Liberty Party. I am a Liberty Party member. If Mr. Nyanue want to be a Liberty Party member, that's up to him.
My question is, are you taking William Nyanue to Liberty Party?
Mr. So,
you're not answering my question.
Hold on. You're not answering. Hold on.
You see this? You see this?
What's wrong with you?
This is something that you put from Carl Patrick from San Diego. You want this is the original from Gedeh.
The man you interviewed today, does he look at somebody that Samson told people like Samson told going to lead? Far from it. Man, people follow. He doesn't follow much.
Your last word.
He follows ideas that are good for the people.
Your last word.
Bring out ideas that are good for the people, not only for himself. What Mr. Nyanue continue to say is, wherever that I benefit, that is good for my family, it also should be good for you and your family. Now, if somebody's telling you like that's something, he's not telling you I'll get you back of rice. That's not what he's telling you. I will feed you, then tomorrow you go hungry. He said the way I feed myself, I feed my family, that the same way I want you and your people to be able to eat. Then a bad thing.
Let me tell you, I did a great job today by not breaking something to who is a supporter of Aspirant, who think that it was a ploy that he think I made you dress today from 10 o'clock this morning, Sacramento time, or in bow tie, and things that y'all gonna bring you here in studio to form part of the conversation. Are you serious?
Okay. I like I said, it turned out to be, one thing, those of us that believe in God.
Why are you evoking God into this conversation?
Maybe because I didn't show up. That's why Mr. Nyanue was able to perform flawlessly. Because I wasn't there. So Mr. Nyanue was able to perform flawlessly.
Am I not a godchild? This is why you're trying to evoke God into our conversation?
I don't know about that one. You and your godchild business part, I don't know about that, but I know who I am. Are you running out of questions? A cat call your tongue.
I feel for you as a liberal. You guys, I feel bad. I feel bad.
So,
are you willing to change?
I think, if anything,
are you willing to
as
change?
a conservative need to feel bad for yourself.
All right. Okay. Well, folks, what you say?
Yeah. Before you run away from me, let me just do this here as your older brother.
Before what?
I first of all want to thank you in a public manner. Not only Mr. Nyanue, I support Mr. Nyanue, but as the fact that he's a Ghanaian and he's not doing these things just to say, I'm going to do things that will benefit my supporters. He's doing it that will benefit all of us as Ghanaian and as Liberian. So the idea that you were able to provide a platform, we appreciate it and we want to thank you very much, because a lot of people gravitated towards the platform today, and because Mr. Nyanue was speaking, people want to know. And through your platform,
look, hold on 1 second. Look, Doris, I get the original Kaute. This guy Kaute from this one from Grand Gedeh. From Grand Gedeh. You bought it. You took that from Slaughterhouse. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this here. You took that one. People
have a whole cow tail that the white people eat.
See how big it? The way big the highway. It's
from Wembley Way. You know what Wembley Way is?
Make you honor my foot.
My goodness.
Look here.
And
you go back aja you know. The best, yeah, I want me fall down right live on stage here.
Oh my God!
Well, it's what a great conversation here. The station manager, Nightcrab, been doing extremely well, monitoring to what is unfolding, and we were able to work on this sound here. But on a serious note, something I think this senatorial race in Liberia, all of the counties, not Grand Gedeh, I think it will be quite fascinating. I can't wait. Hopefully, if plans go well with this crazy COVID-19 year, I want to be on that ground and see whether we can carry on some debate. But I can't be on the debate floor with you because you will. No, I can't be. That will not work.
Okay. But to be honest with you, on a very serious note, I think this 2020 election in Liberia is going to be exciting because many Liberians, many young. You heard some of the young people here. Many young Liberians.
So let me come put lamb in your teeth. You claim to be a Liberty Party partisan. Is your party Liberty Party? Is it? Are they feeding Kennedy in Grand Gedeh?
Oh, we're gonna win Moserado County, and we're gonna win Grand Baza County.
Oh my goodness!
Fighting for. They're not gonna get it. So
I'm asking you, Grand Gedeh, and you take. Are you from Moserado now? Why are you all over the place? You Basso man?
More God, you will. We can't. Where are you? No, but let me tell you, Mr. So before you close, on a very serious note, this 2020 election is going to be a very exciting. The Liberian diaspora and even Liberian back home, the young Liberian, highly educated.
Yeah, somebody pleading mercy for you. Doris say, yeah. Doris Paul say, please give Mr. Toe more time, big brother. He always dress for occasion.
That's okay. That's
oh my goodness.
So because of the level of sophistication among young Liberians, you just saw Kwame Weeks. Our own man Kwame Weeks was here listening.
I think he's doing he's doing a lot of great stuff.
He's doing a wonderful job over there.
A lot of discovery. We don't agree on everything.
The level of involvement Mr. Weeks is doing in Liberia. I'm very happy. I'm surprised, but I'm very happy because he continued to showcase Liberia. Okay.
What do you mean by surprised?
Well, because I'm the older brother, right? So when most of you, my younger brother, when you do something big, they are surprised a little bit. But the point is this: the election, because of the excitement among these young Liberians, those who are going to take their election for granted, they're on their own. Even if you're a sitting senator or sitting representative, these Liberians going to make you work hard for this position. They're not just going to hand it to you. You go over there and give people back a rice, you're on your own. They will eat your rice, but they might not vote for you. Because see, young people are saying, what is in it for me? What can I get out of this thing? And when people are asking these kind of serious questions, so you're going to have to answer them truthfully. And I think it's exciting.
Let me just go over the lineup for this week here. The big one. Tomorrow, I'm going to be hosting the Honorable Honorable Larry Yonkwe, is District number 8 representative, Nima County, Republic of Liberia. Enough tough talking guy who and Prince Yomi Johnson, always Rob Shutter, very critical voice. And then on Tuesday, I'm going to be taking him from the kingdoms of Morocco and breaking him into the spin rooms of the Liberia Public Radio to get an insight. Prophet Key will be here. But there's a memorandum of understanding. All words will not be used on this network. How do you think that's going to play out?
I want to stay out of my And with all my liberal big mouth, I want to stay out of this conversation, Mr. So. I'm serious. I am not going to participate. I'm going to listen because this is going to be a very.
If you fail to show out on Tuesday, 1 o'clock here, while I am hosting Prophet Key, then just leave your own go that we're not going to be here together again. How's that? Is that a deal?
No, I'm not going to accept it. The reason why I'm not going.
And you say you block who, huh?
No, not with Prophet Key, my man. You can't bring Prophet Key. You can't bring Prophet Key.
No, but you know, and this is quite interesting. And I know it's going to be sort of shocking and appalling to people. Why Prophet Key? Yes, of course. During the heat of the Gulf War, journalists, microphone face Saddam Hussein, al-Bashir of Syria. Maybe they are much deeper part. I am interested in knowing some of the inner part of who Prophet Key is and how he goes about, what is his motivations, what behind doing what he's doing there. But when you talk to him off camera, not on his show, he's presenting himself very differently. And I'm willing to see whether that ceasefire, even though I asked LPR ECOMO to be on the standby just in case when all hell broke loose, which of course is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But here's what
I want to say.
I had a conversation with him.
Mr. So, this is what I want to say. The man, of course, some of us are not comfortable with the kind of colorful language that comes, but
he receives sensitive information, though.
He speaks on, and look at the viewer. Sometimes he goes over 1,000. He speaks on issues that many Liberian cares about. And so most of the time they're willing to pass the messenger and listen to the message. And I think Prophet Key is one of those that continue to bring message to the Liberian people, things that are affecting the people's lives. And so they gravitate towards that type of message. So in terms of me not being comfortable with the kind of language that comes out, that has nothing to do with it. The thing is, Prophet Key is speaking on.
I am cool. Nothing can move me. I'm from Town. It's time for you to come from Town. Now you are denouncing your origin. Shame on you. What's your last word?
Thank you very much for the evening, Mr. So. I think that Broad Public Radio has once again shows that this is a platform that is intellectually engaged. And so if our brothers and sisters, those who are seeking political offices, and if you think you're not behind Rebecca Rice, you have an idea that you think people will want to listen to, don't come to, well, yeah, come to Samson Toe too, but come to Mr. So because he will grill you. And Mr. Toe, yeah, from time to time, he's a liberal. And
you're always diplomatic. I say nothing here and not to offend anybody. Are you kidding me?
But that's what a liberal is supposed to do. As a liberal, you try to bring people together so that we all can work together. But this Donald Trump conservative thing is not working for Liberian people. We're not going to.
All right, I'll see you. Your time is off. Bye-bye.
Oh, here we go. Thank you, Mr. So. Good night.
All right. Okay, well, folks, every good thing must come to an end. Tomorrow, I'm going to be hosting Mr. Honorable Larry Yonkwe, who happens to be District number 8 representative of Nima County, Republic of Liberia. I'm going to be making his last and final pitch before going home. And then on Tuesday, I'm going to be hosting Prophet Key. He will be here at 1 o'clock, which will be 7 o'clock Locatant in Morocco. He's going to be here, and we're going to have a great conversation. On Wednesday, as usual, The Truth Shall Set You Free will be Senatorial comes on. And then on Thursday, it's another phase in the senatorial race of Gedeh County. Justino Gay, Mr. Gay, going to be here with all things considered. Our invitation is still out to Mr. Zletin. We reached out to Sarah's Corport. There was a time set cancellation. We reached out to B. Sappy Johnson and as well as Felicia Duncan. So we have made this proportionate. Everybody get a piece of the pie, but it is up to them to decide what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. Well, folks, on this note here, this beautiful Sunday afternoon, we say to our studio, man in control there, station manager Night Cry Port, Mazola Gisi, and all of the rest of the folks. We said thank you so much for being part of this program. Let's take you to Gedeh. This is the latest release from what traditional singer Pape Winston Car, Nyanue by Where Water Will Carry Rag. I will be here. We're going to be holding our politicians and those who seek into public office accountable to what they want to do, right? I want to thank all of my contributors and my onliners, your tweets, your comments, those that call in, by just taking the time to listen to us here this afternoon. Why not take a ride with me into Gedeh County, Republic of Liberia? Also, a big thank you to station manager Nathaniel Cryport, our man Alan Gerald, Mazola Gisi from Studio 8 and the main complex of the Liberia Public Radio to making sure that everything is fine. We'll continue to bring these people here for them to answer us out of the tough question because when they get on Capitol here, they're really your own go. All right, folks, every good thing must come to an end. To all of you here for taking off your time, please don't hesitate to send out comments, suggestions as to how we can improve this network. For those of you that have been given to this network, Lady T, I'm talking about Lady T from the Garden City. Please continue. The good thing we are we are footed on ground. We're still working towards that, but the network is planted on ground, and we intend to make this profession more credible by making sure I followed all of the rules and things that should be done. If you don't understand why you're from Gedeh, you know that why water we care right nowhere. We here. Sunset can do nothing to me. I met a man dressed today like he going to a Christmas party. I say, okay, you think you are going to come here? This is the guy who supported the Kennedy. He want to come on my show to ask questions. Are you serious? I made him sat there today until everything finished. I say, bring him on. But a good thing with us here at LPR, that now the Allen, the Mazola, and something, he's like a father to us. But the idea, his liberal idea, is too much, and he doesn't get mad. You know? So with the time when we do it to him, say, you big brother or big brother can get there, then he go in your share. Okay, well, folks, I will see you here, hopefully, by God's willing, here on tomorrow, 1 o'clock, with Honorable Laris Yonkwe, and then Prophet Key, the man that owns the Wall Stage. He will be right here in the spin room of the Liberia Public Radio and LPR TV. And let's see what happens. It's Morocco versus the Ocean States or LPR TV. But I can assure you that we're going to have a great conversation. So we need to go into the minds of these people, how to think, how to go about doing your things. There are some other things that are responsible. All right. But I don't forget on Thursday, the 9th of August, there's going to be a big musical concert here. We're going to be a virtual concert. We're going to be breaking artists from all over the place. Liberia, to USA, Europe, or all over the place. They're going to be here. And by the way, if you have your organizations, you need promotion. If you're thinking about canceling your convention, come on, please don't do that to your members. LPR has the ability to have a virtual tie. Suppose they think going to say that in the next 2-3 years, that means you're not going to have a convention. So you can still communicate with your people. You can still make your financial record report. That's the beauty of a modern society and being in a society where everything is available. So I want to encourage everybody to subscribe to us. Go to our Liberia Public Radio, to our LIB Messenger page, click the light, share it, our YouTube channel. You can follow us on our Twitter line as well, www.liberiapublicradio.com. The live video is there. You get a business here in Liberia, any part of the world, let us know. We can advertise. Please, we do not just only give priorities to our politicians. We talk to people. As long as you're willing to unveil yourself and something that you think that you want to get out there to the community, to the society, that is important, we can take on a discussion. We are not that selective. However, we make some really good judgment in terms of what we produce and what we offer to our listeners and followers. Well, until then, folks, Justin Renoclark, that's a veteran journalist and also he's still a member, but with the Liberian News Agency. Recently made his contribution here. We want to thank you so much. What a great, wonderful Sunday. Mr. Justin Gate is a senatorial aspirant. I believe he's one of the youngest. And just before going up, we are hearing from inside Zwadro, according to our correspondent, Unezo Emmanuel Penont and Justin Gay are the ones so far registered, qualified. It's quite interesting. Names, information keep popping in. We are hearing George Bole potentially trying to cross over to CDC. It's not yet confirmed. Just before coming on air, I tried to send a message that has not been confirmed. So they're going to be like 4 or 5 candidates. Our understanding that they're going to be a primary. Zoe Emmanuel Peno is still indecisive as an independent candidate. Whether he's going to be going in the CDC column to go for primary, we don't know. Jiblo is there. Thomas Yaya Nimla is there. Justin Gay is there. And our understanding the primary will be in the first week of August. That's quite interesting. And that's what I believe those are some of the wake-up of the visit of the CDC chairman, Molubat Molu. But we'll keep bringing you this information as it becomes available right here on the Liberia Public Radio and LPR TV. I want to thank you so much for having spent the time with me here this evening. Thank you so much. Until then, have a pleasant evening. Bye-bye.
Yahweh, you are too much for me. Yahweh, Yahweh, oh, Yahweh, you are too much for me. Hey, Yahweh, oh, you are too much for me. Jehovah Elohim God, you are too
Diaspora informative news platform Liberia Public Radio, LPR, presents Freedom Watch with Alfonso Zinso. On Freedom Watch, we hold national leaders, opposition, and the general public accountable for words by asking tough questions in exchange for real-time answers. No one walks away free by providing false information. If it's from LPR and AZSO, it got to be good. Be my guest every Sunday live on LPR TV from the New England Bureau of the Liberia Public Radio and LPR TV.
Liberia Public Radio Base, US, currently running the